Good morning, chat. How are you doing today? What trouble are you getting into? How are you feeling? Oh god, I'm sniffly again. Ugh. Okay. Okay.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Okay, hold on a second. I need to check Mix It Up because it updated. Okay, nothing's broken. Okay, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. It's not morning, it's 7:01 p.m. here. Well, that's a shame. Well, that's a shame. Because it can be morning wherever you are as long as you just woke up. Have you seen how horny they are on the fan page for your tongue? I have not. I have not. Do I need to go look? The funny thing is the fan pages, I need to talk about this because I think it's funny. It's not an issue at all. I just think it's funny that because the fan pages are faster at editing than I am, or don't edit, one edits, one doesn't. Y'all post clips. Like the clips that I'm working on editing the night of or have already edited and aren't posted yet. Y'all beat me to posting them. Held an in-game feeder for my Sledgehammer biggest gem. Literally helped me since the beginning of Fallout 4 run. It's a sad day. No! Not the best item. I tried to edit. I'm not that good at it. Lol, it's fine. Hold on a second. Yeah. Jimmy. It's biggest gem. Of course it's biggest gem. No. The regular hammer is Jimmy. That's just bigger Jimmy. But no, it's not the thing. It's not an issue at all. I just always think it's funny. Because I'll be like, I'll do a batch of like shorts. Like, I think it was not last week, but like a week and a half ago, I did like a batch of 4 shorts in a row. And I was just sitting on them because I'm doing like Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday post. Because that's the easiest and it doesn't make me stress out about finding clips and stuff. But, oh, good Lord. Hold on. What is this? Huh? Sorry, I just read a friend's post and I'm deeply concerned. Deeply concerned. But do you want me to wait to edit the Tootsie Rave clip? I think that's actually one of the ones that I saved. Let me see. If you want to go ahead, like I'm literally not telling y'all to stop, and it is not an issue. Oh no, I didn't actually download that one because I wasn't sure what to do with it because I don't think it needs much editing. Maybe like a rainbow overlay or something. Maybe. Also, hold on a second. Okay. Sorry, I don't know why. Once I started talking, I realized like how dry my nose is and how much phlegm there is. It's... Good Lord. Hold on a second. Oh, man. All right. Still gotta run it through the editor, so it'll wait till later. Listen, that's totally fine. I just posted the first of 2 shorts that I made last night. I still have to do the third one. I still have to edit the, what was it? The like bass boosted, when Ballast walks out of the fucking, trailer? Whatever you want to call it, like cart thing. That's what I need to edit. That's the other clip that I downloaded and haven't edited. Hey, Sethov, how are you doing? Is this on the Evil website? Yes, it is. I usually check the quote the Evil website. Let's be honest, it kind of is. Mainly for art. Oh, Jesus. Or the quote unquote news Because stupidly enough, are the shitheads in governments basically post the newest updates of the dumb shit that they're doing on Twitter. Actually, hold on a second, chat. I need to show you the most dystopian Twitter post I've ever seen. We need the screen. I literally sent it to Fake and Psy before we started. Where is it? There it is. There's no war against Venezuela. We're not occupying a country. This was a law enforcement operation. I'll do them later, Pittman. Bad timing. Art on Twitter? No media on Twitter at all in 2026. Stop it right now. Great. Great. What kind of hellscape do we live in? Apparently this one. Also, I don't think I ever started the Twitter stream, so hold on a second. Wrong button. Yep, I did not start it. Great. And by great, I mean awful. Hold on a second. I did this to myself. Okay. I'm getting worse at remembering to start the fucking Twitter thing. After the edit button / gotta wonder why media still flows. Because most of the time people aren't doing it. Avatar CEO to sue the government like Pokemon? No, because memeing an image from a TV show is not the same as infringing on copyright. Also, hold on a second. Oh my goodness. Ah, I sniffled in your ear. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Sorry if I keep having to mute. But yeah, it's really fucking stupid. And the thing is, though, is I keep seeing people do the... What was it? The, Grok, will you make sure people can't edit my pictures? I don't give you permission to let people edit my pictures, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not gonna lie. It gives the exact same energy. Hold on. It gives the exact same energy as the, not sovereign citizens, no, the old boomers that used to get on Facebook and do the thing that was like, make a post like, I don't give Facebook permission to use my photos or take them as their own, blah, 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 blah. And it's just really stupid. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Goopy. The thing is, like, it gives the, I don't know if it works. I genuinely have no idea if it works. If it does, then it's not the same, but it gives the same exact energy that, like, I don't think you can opt out via just telling Grok, nuh-uh. Because over there, the government put Matt Barrett in charge. Listen, we don't nearly have a big enough following. We'd have to be like a whole ass Iron Mouse or more. It'd probably have to be more than Iron Mouse. It would definitely have to be more than Iron Mouse. I think Twitter has a formal opt-out form. Maybe it's also in the settings, but I don't think the @grokking and then expecting it to work is ever going to be what properly works. Or way to prevent it from scraping your parts. The thing is usually companies like this that like want to be able to take your shit, they write it into the terms of service and you just automatically accept them by continuing to use the site. Hold on a second. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck is this? At Drama Alert webpage, Amaranth and her husband are back in drama. Wasn't this the thing like 3 years ago? Amaranth. She used to be like a beauty streamer on Twitch. And then she became like the #1 model on Schmoly Schmans. To the point where she was making, and I'm not even joking, $16 million a month. I think what's funny too, oh my God, I forgot I was following him. I was like, why do I have this post? Because I don't usually have drama posts on here. It's because it's drama post, quote treated by Austin Abadir? Cooper TV? I don't know who that is. And then he just says, viewers must be down. But I was like, okay, I still don't know who that person is. I looked up. It's Hassan. Hassan reposted it. How the hell can people afford that shit? What the fuck? It's the combination of all the people apparently wanting to see Amaranth's ass. I genuinely don't know. Is she pretty? Sure. But like, I don't see the need to see other people's or specific people's ass. It's also, it's not like it's a bunch of people selling millions of dollars or something. Was Amaranth the yeast one? Maybe? Hold on, yeast. Oh yeah, she was the one. She was the one selling the, oh my God, it's still for sale. Oh my God, it's still for sale. I'm not clicking that website. I'm not clicking that website. I've never liked her, but for the longest time, she was one of the biggest streamers on the platform. Okay. Vaginal yeast beef. She used her vaginal yeast. It's something. Amaranth. We were talking about Amaranth because apparently her and her husband are having drama again, which the first time it happened like 3+ years ago, everybody speculated because it was the views were bad. And now everyone's doing the exact same thing. So hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, she went from sympathetic to god awful real fucking fast. It was, oh God, I don't know, dude. The thing is Amaranth has always fed off of, well, I wouldn't say always. She looks good. That's obviously her selling point. But it was, I remember the first time, it very much felt like it wasn't a real fight or a real like domestic drama. It felt very much like, I can't remember it for sure looking at it, but it very much felt like the person who like fake cries into their hands and then pulls their fingers apart to see if everybody's like sympathy crying or feeling bad for them and then putting their hands back together. That's a pretty low undercut. She's a fairly attractive woman. She's probably at lowest like a 6 on a really, really bad day. Amar app? No, Amaranth. In the same sense, again, that would be great. I'm sorry. 65 streams this year already? That's not just this year, you fucking dork. But, hi, Void. But it's one of those things that's like, you got low standards if that's attractive. I mean, it's basically only looking at her, not listening to her talk, not knowing what she says, not understanding any of her businesses. Like, she's attractive. That's just general. Would I describe her as hot or someone that I would be willing to throw money at because she's attractive? No, because I don't throw money at people that are only attractive. Yeah, she's conventionally attractive. She the one that fake cried? I don't remember, but not gonna lie, most of her crying seems fake. A lot of her crying seems fake, which is why I said the thing is it feels like one of those skits where like somebody cries into their hands and then pulls their fingers apart to look through them to see if everybody else is either crying or being sympathetic with them, and then covers their face again. It's the does not excuse bad. Oh no, I am not saying that at fucking all. Reminds me of the lady who went to the hospital because she was selling fart jars and... What? God, this is still on par with like the fucking streamer bathwater type shit. Is it funny? Is it probably like easy money? I guess. But I think the weirdest thing is coming to the understanding that there are people out there that would be willing to buy, I'm just gonna say, bodily fluids in general. It's, God, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's, ugh. Huh. Are insane and crazy. I can't imagine being that horny. It's just unfathomable to me. Just does not make any sense. The Baron bathwater, we could call it Carnival Runoff. The thing is, if y'all decided y'all actually wanted to buy it, I could do it. And the only way I can describe it, and this is gonna sound mean, is easy money. Because that's basically what it is. I fill up a bathtub, I get in the bathtub, I take a half-assed picture to prove that I was in the bathtub, and then I just start jarring it. And I could charge basically whatever. What's the goss tonight? Amaranth's causing drama again. To no one's surprise. The thing is, though, is I don't think this community is here for the horny. I genuinely don't. And if it was, I would be a little more concerned and probably restart the entire channel. Pennies for uppies? Nah. Certificate of authenticity for bathwater? It's gonna be like one of those paper printed like certificates that you would get in like elementary school. The one with like the pretty star or something on it, or would I make it like more serious and actually make it look kind of like a kind of diploma-ish? Like ordained the Hans? Yep. Like your channel? Wait, which part? I'd kill it and start over if my entire brand ends up being y'all were here for my boobs. Which I know you're not, because y'all like the bits whenever I just tear them away on certain models. This is when boss gives us orders. You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. Your eyes have personality too? True. True. All right. Not on this model. Not on this model. I can do it on a bunch of the other ones. Anyway, we're going to zoom in. Hi, chat. Hi, chat. More popular than you'd think. That's why the summer model's gonna have a no schmoob option. A no schmoob option. I'm still trying to figure out if I'm still gonna go for it. I've already invested $100 into the design that I'm gonna have Izzy do. But hold on a second. Okay. Go smooth. Maybe. Maybe. But the thing is, we haven't even started yet because that's only a quarter of the cost for the design. And I sent it to her because I think one of y'all like donated a sum through like Throne or something and was like, put it towards art. And I was like, I'm going to put it towards the next design. But that's a quarter of the cost of the like summer design outfit. I mean, Flash to 1.0's abs. Do we need it? I'll get it. I'll get it. Is that what you want? Let me get the picture. Where is it? It was like the very first piece of fan art I ever got. It better be in the fan art folder. There it is. Yeah. That's the very first piece of fan art I ever got. It was done by my friend Meownas. That's because when I first started streaming, everybody was like, yeah, it's probably a dude. Why not? It was also because the at base, the 1.0 model, and a lot of the PNGs I used were basically flat. And then there was like, let me find it real quick. Where's the PNG that we use the most? This one. Oh, Jesus. Okay. That was this one. And at a certain glance, it doesn't look like it has boobs, but that's a whack right there. That's a whole rack. Can we eat gummy bears off the abs? I mean, you got to pay for it. Same thing if you wanted to do a shot off them. I have a soft spot for the old design. I still think the old design is pretty good.
A lovely gift from the beauty up front.
Maybe someday we'll do an updated version, because my least favorite part of the 1.0 design was the way that the pants came out. They came out basically like 30th birthday was last Friday, the day after Christmas. Woke up this morning feeling old. Well, good morning, King Malcolm the Old. Pay to have a shot of rack. Heard it was here first. Heard it here first. Oh my God. But yeah, this is one of the PNGs that we used the longest. Its mouth didn't open or anything, but we used it a long time. Goopy! Actually, hold on a second, Goopy. Not just Goopy, sorry. Chat, give me a second. I'm gonna walk away and go schlump, because my nose is so dry. I'm gonna go use some nasal spray real quick. Okie dokie. Oh my goodness. All right. Balls? What do you mean balls? Oh my goodness. Okay. Run chat, she's back. Or was your intention to straddle the androgyny and go back and forth like you did with your redeem on the previous model? Go back and forth. Not on this model. This model is like, why don't we just go full lean in? And while I love it, I miss having the alternative and the toggles for it. Honestly, I probably could go pay Drool and Ren to like redo some art so I could have like those toggles again. And it wouldn't cost too much because Drool's very affordable and Ren's like really nice with just adding toggles to things. Oh, I know the one you're talking about. I know the one you're talking about. Where is it? This was a piece of art I got from Claude the day I had jury duty. Because Claude is Claude. Very important business. Always important business. Beef, what are you doing? What the shit are you doing? Twins, hi Fairbanks. What are you doing? Look at the man, Bomo. Bomo. What does that mean? All right. I think that's it for now. I think that's enough of the screen time. Huge art. There's a lot of it. It's around. Go check my media tab. So many goobers in chat. There's always goobers. And then there's Ganon. Ganon has another cute arrive emote. I got fat thumbs. I got you. I got you. Screen time at our yapping session? Yes, there's always screen time. But do we need more screen time right now? Or do you want me to keep showing you art? Hold on a second. Oh my goodness. I got all the sniffles again. Son of a bitch. Interesting. More art. The Halo segment was lots of fun. Here, let's see. Do we want to keep going through? Do we want to go down memory lane? Is that what this is? Do we want to go? Let's see. Let's go to the main art tab where it's like stuff that I usually commission. I mean, we could always break out the original streetwear PNG that Kira made. I still really like this one. Originally, the like bands on the back arm were supposed to be like gold, and then the eyes on the left arm were actually supposed to be real eyes. But that was the little. Wait, y'all hit a hype train? When did you hit a hype train? What the fuck? Oh, up to 200 bits. Okay, I got you. I got you. I'm still questioning whether or not I'm going to get tattoos on the summer outfit. I genuinely don't know. I don't have a clue. Mayhaps?
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Desecration Demon, thank you for renewing your season pass. Holy shit, dude. Let's see. What else do we have? I keep having to go back because it keeps opening into the Halo folder. Demon, what the hell,
Pleasure.
dude?
What's your fear?
Thank you, dude. Toadstool's Gossamer. That is one hell of a name. Sub bomb. All right. Yeah, my throat is being kind of fuggy. Hold on. Let me go grab a throat lozenge real quick. Okie dokie. You did lose your top spot, Beef. How could you not make a Christmas card with the Barons last Christmas? So disappointing. Wait, what? Are you talking to me about making a Christmas card? That was Ember. I had like won an art contest with Ember, and Ember was going to make Christmas art, but he never got around to it. Never messaged me or anything. Oh my goodness. I keep sniffling. Oh, hold on. I know one that's funny that we can show off. Here, chat. Have me wearing Biggle's skin. I took Biggle's skin. A card background and shove the various images in there? Oh my god. Not today. I definitely can't even attempt to sing today. She skinned the Biggles? Listen, it's fine. Biggles is fine. We pieced her back together afterwards. Let me see. On the singing practice list? No! Thing is though, is like, I got so much phlegm in my throat and stuff right now. That's why. Oh, of course, there's also way back when. Oh my god, this thing's huge. Way back when we first got like the street clothes, and Izzy was doing what do you want to call it? Like we'll call it Street Fighter, like a Street Fighter commission thing, and we got this. Oh my goodness, it was pretty cool. I liked it. No, Marin Go Idol? Fuck no, dude. Fuck no. You want that one as a wallpaper too? You fucking goofball. What are some other ones? What are some other old ones? Oh, right. This behemoth by the, I believe his name is Manga Professor now. Here, let's do this real quick. I still love that face so much. That's a good face. And cool, of course, I would wear Baron wallpapers. I mean... Manual blinking! Eh. Oh, hey, we just hit a quarter of the way to the sub goal. I just realized that was in the activity feed. Interesting. The one of Marin in front of all the eyes? Oh, I know the one you're talking about. Hold on a second. Let me go grab that one. Here it is. The thing too with this one, it's actually used for a lot of my banners. This was also supposed to be a lore piece. This was supposed to be a, yep. This, at the time I got it from Ash, that I commissioned it, it was supposed to be a lore piece to kick up like the start of what the lore was supposed to be. And it was supposed to hint that, before I just basically just mentally rewrote it, it was supposed to hint that like, I was like a normal person before, and this was like an accident of some kind. And then I was like, I don't think I want to go with that route. So ever since then, it's just been cool art. We gotta get MatPat on the Marin art. It's not that complicated because most of the time I don't talk about it. It's not that convoluted. It's not that convoluted. I thought MatPat retired. Didn't MatPat retire? I could have swore he did. Okay. Double from Skullgirls. Maybe. Maybe. Oh my god. Small funny lore points we've joked about over the years, like the peanuts. Shit, I don't remember the peanuts. Which peanut part? Okay. The best thing to get him out of retirement? I don't know about that. Also, speaking of... Oh, Jesus. Oh, yay! A Marvel movie fucking trailer that just crossed my feed. For Avengers Doomsday. Xavier School for the Gifted and Talented. Woo! It better be who I think it is. It better be who I think it is. Got cheese? Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Fuck yeah, it's Patrick Stewart. All right, chat. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. They're back. They're back. Okay, that's all the trailer was. It was literally just a reveal for Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen? Is that his name? Yeah, McKellen. Okay, I was right. Yeah. And Ian McKellen to come back as Xavier and Magneto. Yeah, but Ian McKellen's Magneto. But it looks like they're taking it from a point of view where, like, the X-Men are done, I guess. Because in the trailer, it looks like the entire school is, what's the word? Is entirely, like, kind of decrepit. Hell yeah, he is. Oh. Wait, what the fuck is this? 16 oil tankers under sanctions imposed by the United States are currently in the process of attempting to evade and possibly break the U.S. Navy's, quote, complete blockade in the Southern Caribbean, which was ordered by President Donald J. Trump to be positioned around Venezuela, according to the New York Times and tanker trackers. The vessels, which for several weeks have been spotted docked at ports on the northern coast of Venezuela, had all deported by Saturdays, following the capture of Venezuela's former president Nicolas Maduro in the operation against the national capital by the U.S. Army's Delta Force. 4 of the vessels have been tracked by satellite sailing east along the shore of Venezuela, using fake ship names and spoofing their positions. One falsely appearing in the Baltic Sea and another one on the coast of Nigeria. According to internal communications from Venezuela's state-owned oil company, 2 people in the Venezuelan oil company and the vessels left port without authorization from the interim government led by Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, which was created following the capture Saturday of Maduro. At least 3 of the ships were in close proximity as they left Venezuela in the same direction, suggesting at least some coordination and a possible attempt to, quote, overwhelm the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard. Yeah. Kind of. I'm not gonna lie. Good. Good. Listen, if it's the way that they've got to operate to get around essentially no right to impose sanctions, fuck them. Who cares? All right. It didn't have ship convoys in my 2026 bingo? Really? I don't think it's that surprising. Oh my god, the fucking hands on fucking Momo's dead emotes. Imperial hegemony to burn? I agree! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why is Cinder trending? Oh, because she posted boobs. Okay. Okay. Yeah, she posted boobs. That's it. 2 hours ago. She put on a cosplay for her own model and posted boobs. Well, yeah, it's because anytime, like, if you have internal, shenanigans, basically, if you have internal shenanigans like VTuber drama and stuff and effectively get canceled by the community, after a certain point, most of your community still will never know, because most people that watch big VTubers don't really keep up with like internal, like the average Twitch viewer is not staying in touch with the behind the scenes. Anything that happens off stream, they probably don't know about. Where is there it is. Was blacklisted? She basically is. But I genuinely, though, don't understand so many people's willingness to, like, forgive, I guess. Or willingness to overlook. Ugh. What the shit? Oh, that's AI prawn of Cinder. Okay. Okay. Okay, I guess. By anyone that threatens that could also be the case. Own gamer subs or something? No, if I remember correctly, somebody told me like a couple months ago that they bought back her shares. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, Sunstar. It's not every viewer is in like the circle or constantly on every single update. Like there's a lot of viewers at a certain point. Once you start having more average viewers or larger stock viewers, there's going to be a portion of those that like don't follow your Twitter, don't follow your social medias. And the only time that they see you and get like updates from you is during the live stream. More Carmel dancing? You fucking dork. You fucking dork. But I thought I found somebody that was doing... Oh, okay, they're D&D fans. I get it. I get it. Huh. They do make carnival-based monsters and stuff. That's kind of cool. That's concrete. Concrete, baby. Hello. That's pretty true for a lot of things. AI was a good example I heard that from. AI or I? Who's I? Shively owns a good portion of gamer subs, yes. which I'm pretty sure Shy Lily actually owns the biggest portion of gamer subs. At least she did at one point, because I'm pretty sure Badger admitted that she owned more shares than he did. Or more stake. I wish all the slop could be deleted. It's so tasteless. I wish sometimes canceling actually worked. Because once you get past a certain point, you're basically invincible. Example, that French assassin. She basically, like, absolutely flubbed and cheated an entire art contest. People raised hell for a week, and then nothing happens. Circus Peanuts candy? Ew. I don't like circus peanuts. I heard they could only see / focus on so much of the time. Well, it's no, you're not capitalizing the I, so I'm confused if it's somebody's name or if it's something else. Correct, Light. Mr. Beast would just say forever, I guess. Yeah, because I mean, when you have as much money as he does, make as much money as he does, and companies give him as much money as they do, or in this case, the Saudi Arabian government, you kind of get away with whatever you want. Christ. Feels like the only cancel that stuck was Crazy Bunny Lady.
Come all and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
It also depends on the person's willingness and
enjoy
stubbornness
the show.
to actually walk away. And their integration with other communities. If you're integrated with tons of other communities and the people that call you out are those communities that you get to holy shit, Azura! Hold on a second, I need a drink of water. Oh my goodness. Sorry about the sound of my voice chat, but welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing? How was your stream? What were you doing? You were playing the butt game. How was the butt game? Sorry, I'm very sniffly today, so I keep having to mute to like do the nasty. Uh-oh, what happened? Were you doing story? Is the story really emotional? Try not to get shocked, but welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mar, and I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. Usually I play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. I've been sick I was sick the last week, and then we had the holidays the week before. And I've been struggling because my nose is running like hell. But the story is just lots of ass. That's what I figured. But no, I remember when that game first came out, I played like a little bit of the beginning. And I remember the very first, like the tutorial mission is also sad. But it's a little hard to take the game seriously when everybody's crying, dying, and everything in between, but none of them are wearing pants. Not a single one of them is wearing pants. New story arc, event Art Guardian. Gotcha. I'm glad you had fun. But we were talking about, like, I guess we were talking about cancelability and the effectiveness of it, in a sense. We were basically talking about how, like, Cinder basically came back and seems to have no repercussions. And then somebody brought up the bunny girl that did get canceled and evaporated. But it's the difference in having your own full stock community as opposed to being very well integrated with tons of other communities. If the communities that your content effectively relies on turns against you, you don't have much of an option but to give up. Issues while nude are still issue? That's true. That's very true. That's fair. Got away with murder for what? I didn't say she got away with murder. 3 bunny girls that got exploded? Probably. I can think of 2. I don't know about the third one. I genuinely don't know about the third one. But today is pretty much just a yapping day. We're shooting the shit. Sure, if you need to take care of any post-stream stuff, hit the bathroom, get some food, do all that jazz. I totally understand if you need to scatter. Also, I am out of water, but luckily we're about to have an ad break and I can go grab some water then. Yeah, but the one you're thinking of is probably the main one that I'm talking about. The other one was a manager. Because of the bunny. A lot of people were introduced to me because of the bunny. And not to push away my own work or anything, but like we basically went from 30 CCV to 50 CCV because of the bunny. And I almost moved in with the bunny. I almost lived with the bunny. That was almost the thing. Imagine not showing up one day at the carnival and that's that. Yeah, Sunstar showed up when I was still playing Dead by Daylight Killer. That's fine. You're not missing anything. Yes. Yes, Butler. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I blame Kono. That's actually a little bit better. But only a little bit. All right. Okay. And now you get other creatures? All the creatures. Although I haven't done a collab in... I could not tell you. I could not tell you what the last collab I was in was. I'd kill to play more DVD with friends. Maybe Warframe? Now that I've come back to Warframe? I'd kill to play more, what is it? What is Lockdown Protocol? I want to play more Lockdown Protocol. Which I guess that does track. The thing is, though, is like organizing Lockdown Protocol is a pain, especially now because the player count has gone up to 16. And I was genuinely excited when one of the two Twitch guilds I was in started doing, basically made a separate server for guild members to get together and do like collabs. And one of the games they had listed was Lockdown Protocol, but they literally did like one, I think it was Lethal Company at the time, or no, it was newer than Lethal Company. I think it was Repo. They did like one or two Repo collabs, and then nobody's organized another one ever since. Before we had the basic Twitch V Creator Club VTubers, yeah. I mean, I'm in both the Pride Guild and the VTubers Guild. So, you know. I'll see you one day. I am very stealable. But why did I just get feet posted on my... Millie, what the fuck? And there's Phil. When no one does it, why don't you do it? Wait, which part? Which part? Oh, the collab thing? Because I don't want to do a collab with a bunch of strangers. Well, I don't want to organize a collab with a bunch of strangers. I'm fine with getting to know somebody in a collab if it's like organized with other people and there's social connections. But the VTuber Guild is huge and varies a lot. Oh my God. All right. Ad break's about to start, chat. Let me get y'all the game. Oh my God, I didn't open the game. That's what I was going to do. All right. Put the feet away, Kobold. Do it with non-strangers. Well, in the case of the hold on a second. Before I lose my... Ah, shit, that's right. That's right. Hold on. Hold your horses. Easy, baby. Easy. Okay.
Step inside, step inside.
Uncle Fob, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Just, yeah, I was gonna say, I just scrolled down. I just scrolled down. All right, chat. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm gonna go see if I can find some other throat lozenges because the one I took did not do much of anything, and I'm gonna go refill my water. So don't burn anything down and enjoy the, in this case, flag matching game. Have fun, kids. Yes, Jerry, I know that's what I'm talking about. Jerry. Okie dokie. What'd I miss?
Step inside, step inside.
Tio Del Sol, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, a swig of Dayquil later and a menthol lozenge. Let's see how well we're doing in like 20 minutes. Ordain, put the axe down, goddammit. Are you like this? Why are you like this? Get you one what? Get you one what? Got elderberry lozenges myself. Ooh. All right, we can put you away. And then we can do... the knife emote, Ordain and his knife emotes. Listen, he's doing his best, okay? He's doing his best. All right, chat. Oh, I open YouTube and the first thing that comes up is dancing bacon. Tastes like shit, but I need that zinc for my cold. Oh. I've never had elderberry anything, I don't think. I see it all the time in the grocery store. Is it a gimmick or is it actually good? Does anybody know? Anybody know? I clicked the wrong thing. Bacon be dancing again? Yes, bacon be dancing again. We'll go see really quick if they have anything that's like interesting. Food mystery box? Oh, good lord. The thing is, though, is a lot of their videos, like the past 2 weeks, have been, there's literally 2 in a row. Eating only Long John Silver's for 24 hours, eating only Burger King for 24 hours. And then before that, there's eating McDonald's for 24 hours, eating only KFC for 24 hours. But, well, those first 2 looks like their attempt at it. And it literally has double the view count of their other videos. But the later 2, the Burger King and the Long John Silver's, have the same view count as their other videos. That's interesting. Not sure. I kind of rely on whatever weird stuff I got on my last trip to Vietnam. Oh, you got that homeopathic shit. A knife emotes? Oh, that's right. Oh no, it's gonna be a cleaver. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see. Oh, I did message. I messaged QB at the beginning of the month and never got an answer. All right, message QB again. Yeah, I apparently messaged her December 8th and didn't get an answer. I figured she was just busy. Ordained, where are you running? All right, chat. Chat, we gotta talk about some stuff. Oh. And by talk about some stuff, I mean, figure out what the hell we're gonna do the rest of the stream. Do we want to keep yapping? Do we want to keep yapping? Do we want... Hold on a second. Okay. Or do we want to do some, say, like...
Step inside, step inside.
Some food stuff? Keysbun, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You got chalky? What kind of... Do you mean like hot chocolate? Or did you get like chocolate milk? Or did you get like a chocolate bar? Food stuffs? Food stuffs. Okay. Do we want to do a combination? Do we want to do tasting history? We could always do tasting history. History sounds fun. Listen, we have options, okay? We have options. We've had several weeks off from doing a chill and chat stream. So we have a lot of options. Chocolate wine. Chocolate wine from 1723. Ooh. Learning, you will learn. What do you mean? This channel's about learning, Sunstar. Does the emo give PTSD? No. My mom was more of a wooden spoon beater. Origin of spaghetti. Origin of spaghetti? What? I'm trying to see if there's any wholesome prison dinner. That's a nice boat. That is a nice boat. Oh my, oh wait. History of Spam? Do we dare do History of Spam? Apparently I've watched it. Oh wait, we did watch this one on stream before. Because it's the one where like the first one he makes messes up and it's just this big sloppy mess. Learning. Sunstar has not responded to the possibility of learning. Straight up hand slap game? No. My mom was a wooden spoon paddler. Like the kitchen wooden spoon. I would get swats with the wooden spoon. Sometimes hairbrush. Sometimes it's a hairbrush if she didn't have a spoon and we were out in public. Like tavern food one? We could do, actually, peasant beef from 1885. You know what? Sure. Yeah, we'll save that one.
Well, look at you.
But yeah, dancing bacon, I think, is just getting worse over time. Like, shopping at an AI supermarket. Ugh. And then how many of their thumbnails are just them holding like a fast food box? Hi, Cocola. Welcome in. Thank you. Thank you. I put a lot of work into it. And by that, I mean really thinking really hard. Thinking really hard about it and whipping a design artist into shape. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hey, Milk Shots. I haven't seen you in a year. I haven't seen you in a year. What trouble have you been getting into? Sorry, I'm a little sick, so I'm also kind of rolling a lozenge around in my throat on occasion. We've nerfed ourselves since we started to refine and invent vegetables instead of focusing hunting meats. I mean, the human diet has always needed vegetables. Always. Plants and vegetables are absolutely necessary to the human existence. Sure is right. It's nice to meet you. Well, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm guessing you were enjoying the Nike stream then. Did you like wait, what did I call it earlier? The butt game? I think I called it the butt game. How does one maintain a lozenge in a throat? It's a throat lozenge. I'm holding it in my mouth and I said I'm just like tossing it around. Because if I hold it in one place too long, then this is like one of those amnestic ones. It like numbs my cheek. Not same extent during Ice Age. Cause human teeth, bone structure, and overall size and brain size shrunk once we started eating vegetables. Cause population grew beyond able feed by meats. Why are we talking like cavemen? I believe the correct answer is practice. Wait, what? Practice for what? Unga. Oh my goodness. Not same extended. It's okay, but because human teeth, even through paleoarchaeology, humans at no point were entirely carnivorous. The humanity never at any point existed solely off of meats. That sounds like some Liver King shit. At least I think that's what I'm getting out of the cuz human teeth bone structure. Overall size and brain size shrunk? No, the brain over time from primate to Homo sapien has increased in size. The cranium is bigger. We absolutely ate fruit. We were probably closer to entirely, evolutionarily, we were closer to entirely, not vegetarian, but omnivore life hack, properly processed roots are tasty, predictable, and can't run away. Also true. Roots, bark, various berries and stuff. That is not even close to true. That is not even close to true. Some people did not grow a decent brain. That is also true. No tooth decay on an all-meat diet. Tooth decay is not only caused by sugars, in this case, if you're thinking from like fruits and their sugars. Tooth decay and wear and tear is obviously just from use. And can definitely get a lot of use on tougher meats, especially in earlier paleo environments. I was going to say Homo sapiens. Primates as a whole have been eating fruits and vegetables far longer than they've been eating meat. Like, that's not even a surprise. Do you want to know how I know? Because I have a STEM degree in biology. Type of tooth wear impacts diet. True. Well, that's the point where you had hunters and gatherers. Hunter-gatherer Grindstead was the worst phase of our lives. Humanity was destined to min-max the environment, raise and slay livestock by the millions. No. I'm a caveman. I believe that, Milk Shots. I wholeheartedly believe that. What are you talking about, Predhead? Did you say something earlier that I missed? Hold on, checking messages. Oh no, this is the first thing you said today. When was the last thing? No. I was just saying that somebody was like, oh, I know. No. I was talking about the other person who was like, no. Humanity was meant to eat meat. Humanity was meant to eat meat, apparently. I mean, yeah. I'm not saying that like veganism's the only way. God, no. Not even vegetarianism's the only way. It's that like just primates as a whole have been eating plants and vegetables far longer than they've been eating meats. Get a bike, not a horse. What kind of bike? We going back to Unga Bunga hours, smooth brain, big forehead. Let's go. Listen, I've already got a plenty big enough forehead. Look at that bitch. You could advertise up there. Because population growth. Vegetables mainly came into the like plethora. Things like grains and stuff became primary foods. Staple foods, that's the word I'm looking for. Staple foods upon settlement. But yeah, it was meats. I was not going to say, I was about to say abundant. Abundant is not the word I was looking for. Meat, if you're talking about like the Ice Age, was not abundant. It was the process of being able to like preserve larger animals that basically made it possible for humans to continue to eat. And I would not say that they were exactly thriving during that period. But it was also because dried meat or salted meat lasted far longer than trying to preserve any fruits or vegetables. And in a, well, global ice age, fruits and vegetables are borderline impossible to come by. I can't train a bike to race for gambling, racing to eventually be chosen for a racing gacha game. Yeah, but I don't think you're going to be having horse races in an apocalypse. Gannon, what year is it? Not that Icon has cheeseburger. Do you think crocodile alligators see us humans as meat to eat? Yes. I know polar bears do. I know polar bears sees basically any living thing as meat. Mainly because they get meals so few and far between. The year is 80,473. What? Is it? Not according to Windows, but I would not doubt if Windows is wrong. Plantations is a little further ahead than the adaptation of agriculture. There's several thousand years between the adaptation of agriculture and the plantation model. I also wouldn't say that it was after the Ice Age. It wasn't even, it was closer to present than it was to the end of the glacial period on Earth, when agriculture was invented. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find the earliest presentation. Oh, never mind. It was much later than I thought it was. And then end of glacial maximum. Okay, no, it's actually about the same distance, shockingly. So the earliest evidence of human agriculture is 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. And the last glacial maximum was 19,000 to 20,000 years ago. So it's actually about the same, roughly the same time. My brain was saying 3,000 for some reason, but I think I'm thinking of Göbekli Tepe or something. Göbekli Tepe. All right. Let's actually not watch Dancing Bacon today, the more I stare at it. Getting the car, we're going to McDonald's. Oh, you taking the car to the car park? You going downtown to Boston? Yeah, exactly. Mercantile labor exploitation, whether in the Caribbean, Ireland, or the US South. Correct. Correct. It was also done in Africa and India to a significant portion. The plantation model is very much part of the colonial period. Oh yeah, you will find at a 20,000 year difference between humans, there will likely be like jaw and probably skull shape. Also, hold on a second. What are they called? When did the Neanderthal extinction happen? 40,000. Never mind. Just had to make sure. Who crashed the carnival car? Ganon. So smart. Yeah, smart. I say is I have to double check my years because I could be wrong. Brain size small. Yeah. But that's hunter-gatherer period, as opposed to the slow crawling civilizational and general evolution of the human race. It's night and day. I'm stealing the bumper car to catch him. I don't think a bumper car is going to be able to catch a regular car. But another thing that's like has the problem of modern day, of why like our teeth are so worn down now, is a mix of like the amount of sugar that we consume and the difference of the type of meat. Like a cow from now compared to a cow from 20,000 years ago during the glacial maximum, or the closest thing to a bovine, is very different. Malthus said hello. It's not, that's not better. What do you mean? I invented agriculture in the time machine next week? Oh, I got you. I see where you're coming from, Krim. I gotcha. How could you tell that there weren't humans about 1 billion years ago? Because if I remember correctly, 1 billion years ago, the Earth was a molten ball. In the middle of the born billion, dominated only by microbial life, with continents forming the supercontinent Rodinia, oceans rich in iron, an atmosphere with low oxygen, but beginning to build up thanks to cyanobacteria, setting the stage for late later complex life with longer days than a changing geological landscape. Yeah, I was gonna say, a billion years back, there's only microbial life or it's molten. Although I think 2 billion is the molten period. Was it? I thought it was 3.4. I thought it was 3.4. 4.54 billion years. Never mind, we were both wrong. Oh yeah, I've seen the big fungus trees. Before we had trees or grass, chat, we had gigantic fungus spears that basically just stuck straight up into the air. We actually do have fossils of those. They're kind of crazy looking. High fructose corn syrup maxing? Christ. From beating the mild behaving ones? Exactly. But it's also the type of meat is different, as well as the prepared methods. I also wouldn't doubt if most of the time, to guarantee that the meat was healthy, or safe to eat, I mean. Oh, good Lord. It was safe to eat. They likely overcooked it a lot. Stromatolites? Is that what they were called? Probably. No. Stromatolites are the rocky colonies. Those actually still exist today. They're still alive. But they're also a representation of the earliest life on Earth, which is awesome. But no, not stromatolites. The prototaxites is apparently the name. Yeah, prototaxites. Extinct genus of large macroscopic eukaryote dating from the late Silurian until the late Devonian, which is 23 million years from the fuck. More math. And then the measurement changes. What the fuck? Okay, that's not right. I need years. I need different years. God damn it. It uses a different measurement of time. Okay, I got it. Never mind. So it's roughly... Well, it's over 400 million years old. Is basically it. 400 million years ago. Same as cheese. Somebody forgot milk out too long. Yeah. With too much salt and dried out? Pretty much. It probably honestly wasn't even with salt. They probably left it just hanging near a fire. A little too long. Something along those lines wouldn't be that surprising. Hi, Coco. What are you doing, baby? I got a stinky dog. She's slightly out of arm's reach. I want to know what cows look like. Think something similar to like the Scottish Highlander. What you should look up, goodness, is what ancient horses look like. Look up the Equus. I believe it's EQUUS. Baby. I can't pet you when you're down there. I'm leaning over to pet her. Hold on. That's my stinky baby. All right. Oh, goodness. Is it true that sharks are older than the dinosaur age? Technically, yes. Because oceanic life existed far before any on-land life. There's enormous birds in the US. Animals just hunted into extinction as well, big enough to... I don't know about grabbing cattle. That's... If you're thinking of like the legendary Thunderbird, that's not a real animal. If I remember correctly, still to this day, the largest bird Yeah, it's still the California condor. I was gonna say, if you think of the Argentavis, I don't think. Hold on. The Argentavis. I mean, it very much kind of does look like a vulture. But where has it been found? Argentina. Okay, yeah, all of the samples of the Argentavis have been found in Argentina. That explains the name. Argentavis was among the largest flying birds to ever exist, holding the record for the heaviest flying bird, though it surpassed its wingspan after the 2014 description of Pelagornis sandersi. Ooh, what are you? What in the fuck? Prehistoric pseudo-toothed birds, group of extinct seabirds. It's the world's largest seagull. Good Lord. Oh yeah, the great albatross is an awesome bird. Is the big nerd? How dare you? How dare you? You don't think I already know that? You don't think I already know that? Are you questioning me? Are you questioning me? Chat? Do we need to have a talk? Nothing? Nothing to say? Actually. You goofballs. You goofballs. Don't forget this. I'm stupid, but not in that way. God damn it, Crims. Stop being a dork. Oh my goodness, the sniffles. I have all the sniffles. I'm stupid in all ways. I think that's because you're British. I think that's the reason. I can't say with any sort of 100% certainty, but I think that's part of it. I think that may have something to do with it. Oh, good Lord. Okay. Probably mixed up with the Argentavis. To recall a story that humans encountered enormous birds around early U.S. time period as U.S. was colonized and they hunted birds to extinction. The U.S. has never had a massive avian species. Although the United States has knocked out dozens of avian species, various types of pigeon species we hunted to extinction. We almost hunted the California condor to extinction. But in the US period, in any amount of European presence on North American soil, there have never been giant avians of any kind. The closest we get is the California condor, with a wingspan of about 10 to 12 feet, which is about the same wingspan as the giant albatross. There was the existence of, I think there was rumors at one point during the colonial period that at about the same time, I believe the Dutch found dodos. It's possible that there were some sailors that found the great moa. Yeah, the Dutch ate the dodo bird to extinction. They were so prevalent on an island, and it basically became a in-between space for the Dutch to get between its colonies and became a free restock point. The dodos also had no predators on the island, so they essentially would get curious when the Dutch would like light up a campfire and see what was going on. And the dodos would just kind of wander up to see what was going on. So they were very easy meat for these sailors that were essentially sailing for months on end. Pretty much. Pretty much. Except these chickens are huge and fat. So they were both delicious and easy to get. The thing is, extinction of a species was, I can't say it's a foreign concept to civilization, but to the average person during the colonial era, extinction is a foreign concept. Because if something went extinct, you just never knew it existed. Unless you were like some sort of scholar or person who like studied ancient civilizations or older civilizations and be like, huh, I wonder what this mysterious ingredient is that they keep talking about. Oh, hey, this other book mentions it and says that they farmed it or harvested it here. And you go to the place and you can't find it anywhere. You're like, well, I guess it actually doesn't exist anymore. Welcome to the post-Roman period. Do you know how many ingredients we've lost from ancient Rome till now? During Roman era, no longer exists. Exactly. That's exactly. At least 3? Sure. Sure. You are technically correct. At least 6, also technically correct. All right, hold on a second, chat. Coco wants to leave. All right. I always got to ruffle her up to get her excited before she leaves. Coco doesn't love us anymore. She always wants attention. So if she goes a certain amount of time without attention, she wants to go lay in her bed instead. Was way ahead of its time. Disagree. You can't have a historical civilization and say that it was, quote, way ahead of its time, because the fact that it exists in that time means that it's supposed to be there. You can't be ahead of your time unless you had somebody come from the future to give you technology. It's always a weird thing for the people to be like, wow, this civilization was ahead of its time. Not really, because it was advanced at the time in its area, which Rome was fairly advanced compared to a lot of other early Roman periods, because, well, frankly, before the Roman conquest and such, it was mostly Germanic tribes and stuff in the area. Greek fire. Well, yeah, Greek fire's been lost. The fucked a contraceptive into extinction? I am not surprised. He exploded? Makes sense. Isn't ahead of her time? Mayhaps. Not possible? Correct. Correct. Were they advanced? Sure. But globally, there were other empires around the globe that were equally, if not possibly more advanced. Like various oceanic empires at the time were making just as many superstructures as Rome. Not to mention any of the structures that were being built in like North and South America. Rome wasn't in a vacuum, but a lot of the times when people talk about the history of Rome, they're only talking about like the small box that covers like Central Europe and the UK down to like North Africa. Yeah, still to this day, Mongolia is still the largest, longest run empire ever. Or, I mean, like one I didn't learn about in school because I'm American and they would never teach us about it, is the Islamic Empire or the Islamic Golden Age or Muslim Spain. The more I've learned about Muslim Spain, the history of Muslim Spain, the crazier it gets. Tell me I'm wrong, we would have domesticated. Oh, was that supposed to be domesticated? Is that supposed to be domesticated? I mean, if we knew, probably. Like, I bet the dodo bird would probably be a really good, like, stock animal. Ancient Egypt was the longest lasting, but it's been 20 years since then. No, Egypt had multiple empires. Multiple, essentially. The earliest Yeah, we'll go with the word earliest. The earliest to the latest Egyptian empire, Egyptian dynasty were as foreign to each other as current us is to the latest Egyptian dynasty. Like we only managed to decipher hieroglyphs because of something like the Rosetta Stone, because we knew the other languages that were on the Rosetta Stone. Had mammoths? It's not necessarily had mammoths. It's that at the same time one of the Egyptian empires existed, mammoths still existed on the planet. When the pyramids of Giza were built, mammoths still roamed an island in North Russia. That's pretty much where it ends. Mesopotamia, we can actually look it up. We have the entire length of human knowledge. Longest empire in history. Ooh, there's a list. Okay, I don't think that's true at all. But apparently, according to this, the number one is the British Empire. Who made this? Who made this? Who's counted every year the existence of Britain existed? Because I'm calling bullshit on that. The next one is the Mongol Empire, followed by the Russian Empire, and then the Qing Dynasty, or sorry, this is actually the Qing Dynasty. It's Q. The Spanish Empire, the French Colonial Empire, the Abbasid Caliphate, and the Umayyad Caliphate. The thing is, though, is I think this current list, though, it counts it as year of peak size, but that doesn't sound right. Because it lists 19 something here. Let me see. Yeah. 1,920 years of the British Empire. I don't think that's right. They count probably Celts as British, probably, I guess. Unless they just sucked in like the Holy Roman Empire and stuff into it. Here, let me see. Here's the Wikipedia page for British Empire. Oh, they combined. They started at the Britannic Empire and then combined in the British Empire, I think. I think that's what they did. Let me see here. No, that still doesn't give us the count. That's not even close to the count. If they did it, that means they would have had to have counted like the Britannic Empire and then counted every single year up till the fall of the British Empire, which they mark as 1997. If you say so. I guess. I guess you could count the British Empire falling in 1997. I'd arguably say it was probably earlier in the 1900s. I don't think that list is even close. I mean, it does say only 22 countries have never been invaded by the British, but why would this picture open? I'm starting to think some of these posts, because I found one that's now the British Empire versus Mongol Empire, the largest empires in history. But the thing is, they're counting like, they're not counting colonies or settlements. They're counting like, oh, a British person landed in Australia. We're counting the entire landmass of Australia. Okay. Oh, a British person landed in Canada. We're counting the entire landmass of Canada. Or can you be empire and democratic governments? I mean, the British Empire at this point was almost entirely monarchy. This is back before they effectively later shifted to a representative monarchy and a representative government. Is British? Yeah. Yeah. Who would have thought? Ceremonial, the governing element in society? Yes. Well, no, because I would say arguably the point where the empire ended would be the point where many of its colonies essentially started vying for independence. Oh, for sure. For sure. What the fuck? Who cares? All right. Had largest empire by single landmass, but if you count colonies, which empire was biggest, I would say at that point it would be the British would be the biggest. The thing is, though, it would be I don't think you could call it a continuous empire. One, those all didn't exist at the same time. How has Warframe helped with the partner push? That's a good question. Let's actually, hold on a second. We can look at it numbers wise. Let's go to achievements. Not well. It's helped with CCV in general. The thing is, though, out of the 12 days, 6 in the 30 to 31 to 60 days, and 1 to 30 days, we have exactly one stream. We have one stream where we broke the 75 average. That's it. Just one. Okay. I played Warframe once and then the game got grindy. I mean, kind of, yeah. But it's one of those games that I actually kind of enjoy the grind a little bit. Sun didn't set in the British Empire because you can't trust a Brit in the dark. I mean, have you seen what Britain's been trying to do now? Or how some British people are behaving? I don't know. I'm starting to think you can't trust a British person in the sunlight either. Australia got invasive species of frogs, not to mention rabbits, not to mention birds, not to mention camels. It's real Destiny vibes for me. I consider it very different from Destiny. I did not enjoy Destiny, and I've tried Destiny 3 separate times. I mean, yeah, Australia was originally a penal colony. And fuckers started building boats. I mean, we could talk about the, Krins, please tell me you knew that. Australia was a penal colony, and penal does not mean penis. Penal as in prison colony. America was not technically, stick with me on this, technically was not a penal colony. However, y'all know the reason the Puritans wanted to come over to the United States? If you follow the group, that would eventually be the Puritans that went over to the United States. They got kicked out of England. Because they were too radical and hated the English church too much. They then went to Holland, where they tried to start their own communities. And by start their own communities, of course, I mean, essentially try to be racist and dictate the lives of other people that live there. And they effectively got kicked out. And that was the point when other countries were based like, all right, fuck it. We don't want you. They don't want you. We'll pay you to go over to the new worlds and start your own rule over there. So that's what they did. They left because they were, quote, too puritanical, aka borderline racist, strict over-the-top rules that dictated others' lives, and basically wanted the free right to discriminate. Can the Brits take back America now, please? No. Because the UK is currently making a hard swing in the same direction as the United States. If only the Puritans died on their way across the Atlantic. Also agreed. Oliver Cromwell? Kind of, yeah. We need more Paris revolutions and Paris Commune? Yeah. The UK stole someone's president too. I mean, it's happened before. Do you think the UK and France are not complicit in the United States' constant regime overthrow in the past like 150 years? Where do you think some of the dictators of the Middle East and stuff flee to? It's not always Russia. It's not always Russia. I'm curious, sit and see which bubble is bursting first with AI or other socialist economic rays, or what would happen in the next decade or two. It is certainly going to be a fun ride. It's going to be interesting. Welcome to historical times, baby. The British bubble. I would love to see Ireland reunified and maybe Scotland actually take their independence back. They fucked the vote, and I swear to God, it was probably because they'll never actually give it to us. And people were just like, nah. The number of people that I saw after the Scottish had like their referendum of getting independence from the UK was ridiculous. Strongly worded letters of disapproval to the president? Sure. Sure. Guys, you didn't get approval from Congress to overthrow another country's president. You can't do that. Is that the reason? House Democrats? Is that the reason you're going with? It's not the fact that the United States has no rights to do such things. And if you're willing to overthrow a quote unquote international criminal and go into their country, take them, and then put them in court in your own, why don't you do that with Netanyahu? Why don't you do that with why don't you do that with Bibi? If we're suddenly deciding to play the international world police and respect quote international law, why don't you go get the other fucking war criminals? I visited Scotland to see your family after the referendum. An uncle of mine kind of explained it. Oh, I'm curious. Let me know. I want to know. It'd be an epic prank, bro. Gross. Because oil, fuck them. I'm not saying fuck the EU. I'm saying fuck America joining the EU. That'd be like fucking Israel joining the EU. You're not in the EU. You're not on the European peninsula. I almost said European continent, but I refuse to call it a continent because it's not a continent. It's the French being upset that they weren't the center of attention for a split second and demanded to be called a continent. They're part of the same continent. They're part of the Eurasian continents. Should do the funny with Putin? Yeah. Yeah. But they won't. They won't. Because the US, at least the government, likes both of those people. Ukraine should. The thing is, though, if they do, then they lose all the support of the US. Of what? Of taking Putin? I also genuinely think that they should rework the UN. There is no way in hell that a single country should be able to veto what is borderline a unanimous vote. The permanent Security Council members effectively having the right to just be like, nah, okay, the vote fails, even if literally every single other country votes for it, is insane. Calls Putin Pooty. He is Pooty. VT Luna Dash, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Like, what do you mean leaders are still resorting to violence? It's fucking insane. It's mainly because they think that they can buy themselves the militaristic advantage and then just overwhelm them rather than relying on diplomatic skills. Or my favorite alternative to war, the Olympics. See how much they start investing in the communities and the people and like culture and sports when geopolitical decisions rely on sports. I will never understand why we don't do that instead. Actually, I know, I understand it. It's because the rich and the wealthy and the people in power don't give a shit about their citizens and would rather throw corpses at a wall to get what they want. Cheat though? I mean, that's usually what these committees and stuff are for. Having an international body that hosts these sort of events Of course, cheating has still happened. I'm not saying cheating doesn't happen. Russia cheats almost every single time. It's why they're banned. Russia's cheated almost every single Olympics since it's been Russia. Well, since the USSR, basically. And they get caught almost every time, which is now why they're banned from the Olympics, and their athletes don't get to play under the Russian flag. As a polls person, they know my country's history. It's insane. A veto is still a thing in any form of government. A veto is useful at certain times, but when it's a unanimous veto with no like ability to counteract it, seemingly, it's stupid. It's pointless. The number of resolutions that have gone through the UN where everybody says yes, except for the US and Israel, and because the US is part of the permanent members, they basically just get to veto everything. As long as one person out of the 5 permanent members says no, the resolution is dead, which is stupid. They have nuclear weapons. We bombed Iran because they might have nuclear weapons. They weren't allowed to, then attacked Russia. Are you crazy? They have nuclear weapons. Oh my God. Yeah. The thing is, Iran has also not, maybe it's been building nuclear weapons, but the evidence more points that they're trying to build nuclear power so that they can have a more reliable power grid. I feel way less worried about putting on the social mask. Hell yeah, dude. Hard pill for everyone to swallow, and politicians no longer care about the people anymore. They haven't cared. I'm not sure like dynastic politicians have ever cared. Royalty has certainly never cared. The evidence that war exists in a country and for prolonged periods that isn't for the essentially betterment of the country itself and the people that they are, we'll say conquering. I'm going to use the word conquering for this. The betterment for all of them is the exact evidence that they don't care. He used nuclear weapons, but the U.S. made treaties with them to give weapons to Russia with guarantees for safety, but it was 50 plus years ago. Had those still, they could have discouraged Russia from attacking. Possible. I hate so much that so much of the like, trying to think of the word, war potential or seemingly like argument to like not be mad at each other or not discuss things seems to always come down to, oh, but they have nukes. But we have nukes. Why? Why does having nukes matter? The Nuclear Non-Proliferation Act has already been enacted. Shouldn't we, not be making nukes and really trying hard not to use them or think of the concept of using them? Honestly, if I had my way, nukes wouldn't exist. If I had my fucking way, globally, nukes would not exist. Sure, you can have your radiation technology of different kinds, but you ain't getting anything past a fucking nuclear reactor. War never changes. It's a fucking rich man's penis competition. That's all it is. That's all it's ever been. It's a rich man's penis competition. Countries actually deciding to use nuclear weapons is not as likely as people want to think. The existence of nuclear weapons is a stain upon the consciousness of mankind, and I will always stand upon that. Humanity willing to make the horror
at you
that the nuclear bomb is, hi Dragon Boy, thank you for the follow, is a black stain on the soul of humanity. The fact that we conceptualized such a weapon, let alone was willing to test it, and then willing to use it on people, and then go even further and make more bombs several times the size of the ones that we used, it just shows the insanity of the human race. Nobody once dropped the gun from each other, gun being the warfare nukes, because afraid other people would not drop it and then pull trigger. That's the thing is, if you have, let's say 2 countries, you have a warmongering country who has essentially lived in a perpetual state of war for the majority of its existence and lives under the assumption that every other country is like it because it has become so soured in warfare. Who do you think I'm describing? Don't worry about it. You'll figure it out eventually. As opposed to a country who is genuinely trying to do better for its people and exist and take back essentially its own resources. And this angry country is constantly pointing the gun at this country that wants to do better for itself. And so that country decides to point the gun back at the aggressive country. That's typically the point in history where the aggressive country eventually, the best way I can not best way, the way I like to describe it is it turns into a toddler fight. Angry country starts crying like a baby back bitch, screaming back and forth to its allies that, did you see what they did to me? Did you see what they did to me? I need to retaliate. I need to get back at them. Operates on the basis of pointing a gun at everyone, demanding they admit they're the best because there's like their national mythos. Yes. Do you think we're still doing Cold War? Yes. Cold War never ended, baby. Cold War never ended. I see it. I see it. Oh my God. The first is I'm watching right now had the words, "The British are coming," right as Baron's raging against the Empire. Yes. Oh my goodness.
Come all, and step into the macabre halls.
If nukes didn't exist, there'd be a lot less war. Next, welcome in. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? What troubles did you get into? How was Hades 2? Did you have a good time? The gremlins come for you? How was Hades? US wanted a weapon that they couldn't threaten others with, thinking that no one would try to fight them, which then resulted in the Soviets and Chinese spying on the US so they could get nukes for themselves. Yeah. The US wanted at that point, the production of the Manhattan Project was already well past the point of the United States adapting a world police mentality. Even though during World War II, they were effectively a isolationism country up until Pearl Harbor, which I always argue the US was never isolationism. They just lied about it the entire time. But Nick Cage sound alike? What? But welcome in, Ragers. Hope you had a good time. If you're stuck in the ad break, I'm very sorry. But what was that? But hold on, let me scroll up real quick. What did that say? I lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah. Two Sons, Japan folks still ponder why modern Japanese media is weird. It's not even that. Japan prior to World War II was still very militaristic. Japan, for most of its written history, I say modern Japan, but the modern is not the word. Let's say Japan for the last like 2,000 years has essentially always been militaristic. They were very much I'm going to say tribal, but it was really more like clan type stuff in Japan for the longest time. Not quite how I want it. That's a little bit better. But Japan, quite literally up until like the end of World War II, was no, feudal is not the word, but yes, they were feudal. Yeah, they've almost always been a country of constant warfare until the eventual like unification, in which case they effectively unified, and then blah 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 ends up being an empire because they had an emperor in this case, and a little bit of a superiority complex compared to their neighbors, even though genetically speaking 90+% of modern Japanese people descend from Korea. That's because the modern Japanese population that we arguably know as a Japanese person is the descendants of a small group of Korean people that left the Korean peninsula and moved to Japan and then took over from the original native population. Let me find the name for the native Japanese. The Ainu, that's it. The Ainu and the Ryukyuan. Ryukyuan? Basically, Japan had its own indigenous tribal people. I believe this was 3,000 years ago. Let me see if I can find the periods. No, I don't want the colonial empire. I want the OG Japanese genetics. Yeah. The secret Koreans, Yakuza. Oh, God. Who looks exactly like him. Weirdly enough, the original Japanese people, essentially the tribal people prior to the modern Japanese, what's the word? Diaspora. We'll go with that. Looked far more similar to Northern Russians, Siberians, or even like Polynesians. Also, lucky for us, the Nazis believed that science was some kind of Jewish magic, plus didn't have the resources to make nuclear weapons. I could have swore they had their own nuclear weapon program. And I don't think for a second they thought that, quote, science was Jewish magic. They made a lot of scientific advancements. The jet engine exists because of the Germans. That makes sense considering where they are geographically. Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, I figured it never got off the ground, but it existed. Also correct. They had a serious problem of brain drain, which is always the problem with fascism. A few remain and created horrors? Correct. Was it? I could have swore remember. Oh, you're right. Frank Whittle from Britain and Dr. Hans von Ohain in Germany. Parallel efforts of Sir Frank Whittle from Britain and Dr. Hans von Ohain in Germany. Von Ohain achieved the first turbojet flight in 1939, and Whittle's engine first began flying in 1941. Both independently developed the gas turbine concept, sucking in air, compressing it, mixing it with fuel, igniting it, and expelling the hot gas for thrust, revolutionizing aviation. Granted, Whittle patented his apparently in 1930, and Ohain patented his in 1936. But Ohain got his off the ground first. So Germans technically had jet engine planes in the air multiple years before the British.
Come all and step into the macabre
Zebby!
halls of the Jock Carnival.
Zebby, how was your stream? Was your internet shitting the bed today? I'm gonna guess your internet was shitting the bed again today. Are you okay? Are you okay, Zebby? Beep beep, the orbiter's crashing here. Moth! Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream, Zebby? Long dismissal, thanks. Yes, correct. Correct. Hi, Yule. How are you doing?
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Super, you know that doesn't work on this page. Everything just broke. Oh, I'm sorry, Zebby. Is it your computer? Or is it like your ISP? I would not doubt if it's the ISP, because ISPs fucking suck. They always decide to absolutely shit the bed whenever you need them most. Well, okay, no, my stream crashed earlier, right? Okay. And just now it wouldn't let me leave. What the fuck? That is weird. Happy Scratchier?
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
What's the
Everybody
procedure,
stay calm.
everyone? What's the procedure?
Things be scuffed. Things apparently be always be scuffed.
Everybody calm down.
ISPs and mobile services, the worst, always. I'm sorry it's not working, Zebby. I hope everything improves. Go get yourself something delicious to eat. Go get yourself some Nums. Get a good burrito. God, I kind of want a burrito again. Today was good though? Hell yeah. A good amount of hours that we ball? Hell yeah. Yeah, I sat down on my computer like literally just before stream, so I didn't end up pulling up any streams I had open. So I have no idea who's live right now, the homies. Did the first record scratch of 2026? I think you're actually right about that. I think you're actually right about that. Humans are conflict-driven species, often many great inventions made during era of war, which is sad but also factual. U.S. example is master in logistics, main strength of their military plus funding. True, but that's not to say that those same advancements can't be made outside of war. To live under the assumption that advancements can only be made during times of war is the mentality of a warmonger, which the U.S. has essentially adapted at this point, which is why it almost effectively constantly goes to war, even if it doesn't call it a war, to be made rapidly. But what do the benefits do to be made rapidly other than massive loss of life? I don't think those trade-offs are worth it. I don't think the increased speed and production of a jet engine for the betterment of travel globally was worth the death toll of, in this case, because it was Nazi Germany that essentially produced it first, all of the outcomes that country had during that period. But you have empathy. Oh my God. Were made because of war. I suppose to a degree. I would not, it got made at the time because of war, but that doesn't mean that that's the only outcome. Who base their understanding of things after Hearts of Iron 4? I have never played Hearts of Iron 4. Like Kirby? I love Kirby. I wish I had a Switch 2 so I could play Kirby Air Riders, but I don't have it. Instead, I just have the Switch 2 on Throne. Hold on a second. The what? The what? Forgotten Lands? Forgotten Land is the... It's a Switch one, isn't it? Dive Chat Dive? Kirby Air Riders? I love Kirby Air Ride. I love the shit out of Kirby Air Ride. Of all modern assault rifles came from Nazi Germany? Yeah. I don't know anything about war. Sure. Sure, super. Get a Kirby model? I don't have the money. I literally haven't got any commissions of art since the debut of this model. I'm still waiting on a second background that was supposed to come with the debut of this model. I was thinking about that last night. I was like, do I just message them and say, like, I want to cancel? I don't know, man, because that was like a $400+. It was like a $450 background that I still haven't got. They were doing their finals, but we've already gone through like the entirety of Christmas break. And this is like the second Christmas break. They have been working on these two backgrounds for over a year. I think it's supposed to say genderless. This is genderless. Was the Skebber cute? Cute. It's just that the artist is also in college. We can invent things at peacetime, but war escalates the process naturally because of loss of lives. Not good. The thing is, though, is I would not say many of the invention that comes out of war is always for the betterment of generally protecting lives. The production of the nuclear bomb has nothing as an end result except the loss of life. There is no result that you get from a nuclear bomb that isn't just death at the end of the day. But that's a lot of time waiting. Yeah. Came from the uses of mustard gas, as if that discovery wouldn't have come from any other uses. Exhibit A, tank. Exhibit B, mustard gas. Yeah, but do you think those were invented for those purposes? Do you think people were sitting here with mustard gas? Man, I can't wait until we have health advancements for this. Oh yeah, the penicillin was found by accident. Also, just because it was during World War II does not mean that it was found for the purpose. That was done in a medical lab. On cantaloupe. What about hot dogs? Hot dogs are an abomination unto the Lord and should not exist. Hot sausages, on the other hand. To blow up the meteors coming to Earth? No. When have we ever done that? With the intention for warfare purposes? Did they? The Wright brothers' purpose for flight was to solve the unsolved, quote, flying problem, specially achieving controlled, powered, heavier than air flight by mastering pilot control, which they saw as the missing link after studying other aviation pioneers and observing birds. Goal wasn't just to get airborne, but develop a reliable machine where the pilots could actively steer and balance, unlike earlier attempts that lacked control, leading them to invent wing warping and movable rudders. I don't know. I genuinely feel like the invention of flight is generally... Well, the Wright brothers weren't the only person, obviously. But the... What's the word? The chase of aviation, essentially through the history of humanity, is kind of generally part of the human's will for exploration. Like, if you consider the idea of flight possible, why would you not want to attempt to achieve it? I mean, even Da Vinci had drawings of flying machines. I don't think any of them worked, but he had drawings of flying machines. Brazilians claim that the man who discovered flights was Alberto Santo Dumont. What if human flied, not what if human died? Yeah. Scales and cause of war in peacetime, the corpos would have limited distribution for cash. That's a capitalism problem. That's another thing I hate. Achievements and things should be made for the betterment of all of humanity, not for the betterment of profit. Ever. Ever. Which is also why, what was it? What was the country that came up that had the vaccine for lung cancer? What country made it? I'm trying to remember. Cuba, that's what it was. It was Cuba. Cuba has a vaccine for lung cancer. Not surprising considering that they're famous for cigars, but it is not allowed in the United States. Okay, it technically is, and by is, I mean it's been stuck in quote unquote clinical trials since 2016. Both pancreatic cancer and a really bad type of brain cancer, which the government is trying to kill. Fuck. That's basically what they're doing. And the reason it's been stuck there is, you don't even have to speculate because everybody knows at this point, is because no pharmaceutical company in the United States wants to adapt it because they make too much money. Well, yeah, the internet was developed originally by the US military, which was essentially a quick and instantaneous way to communicate. Which, again, sure, I guess. But that's also pretending like it would never have been conceptualized by another human being on the planet, which just doesn't happen. Ideas don't evolve in a vacuum. They're inspired more often than not. warfare and you get medicine. Who'd have thunk? We literally pay for another country's universal health care and we don't get it here. Exactly, Waffle. Because the United States has allowed its insurance industries, especially medical insurance, to proliferate to the point that it is. To politicians and apparently a lot of Americans, the idea of these insurance companies not existing, period, is a foreign fucking concept. Even though their complete eradication would be a 100% boon to humanity. God, I hate medical insurance companies. Is it true you're a spy clown from the Dark Tin Circus Inc.? Is that Inc. in incorporated? No. No. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Pick up its shit if it wants it? Nah. They'll never do it. Willingly. Eesh. Hold on a second. Okay. Only limited liability? Oh, LLC? No. Why would I be a spy for someone, for something else? They mean yes? Oh my God. Personal responsibility to pay own meds, but once met, they pay majority of cost of the meds. The thing is, though, is y'all's meds are affordable. I haven't had to get meds this year yet. I am terrified. I will have to get one of my monthly meds in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. Last year, that medicine went from $20 a month to $90 a month. I am terrified. I am going to walk in there and it is going to be $400. I'm not even joking. I am terrified that my monthly medicine is going to become $400. Only health insurance for travels and life insurance? Yep.
What's your pleasure? What's
Here, you
your
dropped this?
fear?
9 months? Is that a child? Are you holding a baby? Cyber, where did you get that baby? All right. But yeah, I hate war. I hate war with a passion. Fighting? Sure. Political competition? Sure. Generally. Hey, Vapor, would you do me a favor and put exclamation mark vor for me? God damn it, Ford. What? What part? I played myself? You absolutely did. You absolutely did. Caught in the crossfires, how it be? Has affordable mez and other things. Actual written into foundational law to provide for its citizens, albeit other problems do exist, but feel lucky born in Finland? Yeah. Yeah. I have a vial of medicine that I have to inject once a week. And it was $20 when I started it in 2024. 2025, it jumped to $90. I am scared, like I said, that it is going to quadruple again. Hi, Kono. Gifts again at WD-40 for your knees. Squeak, squeak. Hi, Kono. What are you doing? Oh, boy. You dorks. Oh, my goodness. All right. Insulin costs? Oh, we could totally talk about insulin costs. Considering the person who invented insulin originally gave it away for $1. $1 US. And now, let's see. Cost of insulin per month. It claims $35 or less for people with insurance, but I've heard as much as $700 a month. Oh, right. Didn't they cap it a while back? Out-of-pocket costs can range from $200 to $600 for patients using multiple vials or pins. I heard clowns taste funny. All right, shoot super. Chat, get the gun. That is also a very goofy emote. I like that emote. Millions of words say billions later, German chemist. Was that him? I don't... hold on a second. Chemistry received the Nobel Prize of Chemistry in 1918 for his invention of the Haber process, a method used in industry to synthesize ammonia from nitrogen gas and hydrogen gas. Invention is important for the large-scale synthesis of fertilizers and explosives. But it's estimated that a third of annual global food production uses ammonia from the Haber-Bosch process, and that this food supports nearly half the world's population. For this work, Haber has been called one of the most important scientists, industrial chemists in human history. Haber, along with Max Born, proposed the Born-Haber cycle as a method for evaluating the lattice energy of an ionic solid. Haber, a known German nationalist, is also considered the father of chemical warfare for his years of pioneering work developing and weaponizing chlorine and other poisonous gases during World War I. He first proposed the use of heavier-than-air chlorine gas as a weapon to break the trench deadlock during the Second War of Ypres. Ypres. His work was later used without his direct involvement to develop Zyklon B pesticide, used for killing more than 1 million Jews in gas chambers in a greater context of the Holocaust. Following Nazis' rise to power in 1933, Haber resigned from his position. Already in poor health, he spent years in various countries before Chaim Weizmann invited him to become the director of the Seif Research Institute, now the Weizmann Institute, in Rehovot, Mandatory Palestine. He accepted the offer, but died of heart failure mid-journey in Basel, Switzerland hotel on the 29th of January, 1934, age 65. Okay. I guess. Hi, Autumn. What is that emote? I should watch Killer Clowns. Damn, I haven't touched the Killer Clown game in a while either. Epra? Thank you, Dre. I have never heard of that place, so I have no idea how to say it. Long ear? Ypres. Okay, I gotcha. Ypres. I liked hitting it with the hard Y. Ypres. Ypres, gotcha. It's very interesting to have the S in there, but I'm pretty sure there's other places that also do the same thing. There's no surprise. A lot of things we celebrate today have horrid origins: modern dentistry, Planned Parenthood, the Anti-Defamation League. The Anti-Defamation League is an entirely different beast than those things. Holy shit, that is a crazy comparison, Ford. Well, yeah, the name sounds fine, except now it's a fucking... what's the word? How do you word what the Anti-Defamation League is now? Zionist Support Network? Israeli Supremacy Support Network. Yeah, both of those fit. Both of those fit. The corporations do public broadcasting officially shuttered yesterday. Yep. A bunch of cockwobbles is a good way to put it. Also, yes. Strongly defines human history and what we are by nature, usually conflict-driven, sadly. The thing is the point is to get beyond that. The point is to constantly chase it. To constantly chase conflict is asinine. to continue into the future, it would be better, especially at this point where we now have the ability to communicate globally with each other, even through language barriers, as tedious as that may be. Global cooperation should be the goal, not global domination. But the more it seems like it, the more it really seems like the people in power just want some sort of global network that they get to control. Fuck, I sound like a 2004 fucking conspiracy theorist. What ability would they get if they sucked up Marin? Shadows. Shadow control. Probably. Probably. I would not even describe it as a basic instinct. It is not a basic instinct. Humans at their core are generally cooperative. Self-reliance and greed is taught. Instinctually, humans will gather together and rely on each other. Speaking of which, there's no such thing as a self-made person. That doesn't exist. Individualism is a curse, correct. Individualism in the case of being your own individual person and understanding that you can be different from others is totally fine. Rugged individualism of some sort of idea that you alone are the only person that can improve yourself or your state is insane. It's conspiracy hour shit. Human nature is to survive, yes. And the best way to survive is via cooperation. Growing my own food to cook too is exhausting. I would love to grow my own food and raise my own animals. If I had space for it, I would fucking do it. Herd minds versus leader minds as well. Humans really herd together, but some folks can separate from herd mindset. Yes, correct. But in the case of the herd minds, though, I believe that description is essentially, it probably comes down to like the leaders versus followers. It's though also the difference between leaders and masters. Counterpoint, become Frankenstein? I wish. I could just pull a wheelbarrow around my village. That's awesome. Here in the US or somewhere else, but instead I got to sit in my room and be depressed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you really should try and grow your own food, even if it's like minor stuff like herbs. You can grow herbs on your fucking kitchen counter. And it's easy. But, like, they've legislated that away from a lot of Americans. Like, you can't collect rainwater in some places. A whole ass cow is a life investment. If you have land, they grow themselves. If you have land in a decent place, yeah. Did you not know that, Vapor? Yeah, in a lot of places around the US, you cannot collect rainwater. Because stick with me on this. Stick with me on this. It's deemed as threat. It's not that threat. It's deemed as theft. It's deemed as theft. Because, and I'm not even joking, I've seen people try and take this to court. They argue that all the water that falls in an area intrinsically belongs to the water company of that area. You catching it and like storing it on your property is stealing the water from the water company that relies on, say, like an aquifer or a well or something that pumps the water out to then sell to you. People go crazy about we're just clubs for networking until we were able to transition to digital boundaries with methods to overcome the corpo network. With digital temp hiring, propaganda influencers, and banks being able to track your purchases and then debank you for what are basically morality clauses by a different name, corporate tendencies have never stretched so far. Correct. Yeah. Yeah. You have the right to be mad. You should be mad about that because it's insane. Granted, those laws differ basically city by city. But I've seen so many times where people are like, I'm gonna start collecting my own rainwater. So they like buy a bunch of basins. And even then, I've seen people that only collect the rainwater that falls on their roof. So they basically connect their gutter system on their house to a, like, instead of it going down to the ground, it goes to a tank. It's just a spout that goes to a tank and they collect it there. They do. They basically do the same thing. And like electric companies rally against it all the time. Like solar panels are effective. They can be useful to offset, if not, depending on the size of your property, completely take away like your electrical bill. And companies hate it. Hate it. You agree Mother Nature owns the rain? Yes. I don't say Mother Nature owns the rain. I would say Mother Nature gives the rain. It is a natural cycle of the planet. And if we can use it, it does eventually go back. Like, it's not new. It's not like gone forever. The water cycle exists, guys. If you use it for other things, it kind of goes back into the system eventually. Which is why it's asinine to claim that collecting rainwater is theft against some individual. Which is also why in this day, you see the concept of water rights all the time. And every time I see a news story or somebody being like, this big company is going to move in and build a bottling factory, Coca-Cola in this case, an AI data center or other shit like that. It drives me insane, basically. This has never happened, but we'll get poor again and again. We need to organize again. Correct. Exactly. Being popped first just so the BS like that ceases. I've said some things that have I know have upset some friends, and I'm going to say them again because while I can understand it being a negative thing, I am willing to suffer for the eventual betterment of all of humanity. We need a revolution. And I am fine if the US dollar crashes to the fucking floor. And if I end up dying of starvation in the process, it doesn't matter. I'm dead. It doesn't matter. I am fine if the US dollar becomes worthless. Or if like the AI bubble pops and so many people go broke. Granted, the people who go broke on the AI bubble, I couldn't care less about. Those are heinous monsters. So you going to play Warframe tonight? I don't know. I'll probably get on to do rep grind for the Hex again. But I'm kind of tempted to just chill and read a book tonight. I got some books with my Christmas money and I haven't even cracked them yet. I still want to read my Tinder is the Flesh. I keep picking it up and carrying it around with me. Arbiters of Hexes? No, The Hex. The Hex. 1999. AI would be good if not for its impact to nature and economic harmful influences. It's just not energy efficient to run AI data centers right now. If there's no relevant reason to run AI data centers, there's no reason. There's no purpose for it. There's no rightful purpose for it. You just started playing again? Well, if you want to add me, my name's the same everywhere with capital G, capital R. Don't forget to check Book Fun on the phone. Oh, on the phone. Oh, I did. I forgot I added that. Honestly, economic collapse might be the only way out. A stock market crash that sends the entire system into the seventh circle of hell also crashes the white supremacy economic system we function under. Yes. And it's the only thing. Okay. Do you want to know the reason France constantly basically throws a fist at its own government all the time, but America won't and just lets its government do whatever it wants? You dork. It's because Americans are too comfortable. It's because no matter how bad a thing their government is doing, the majority of Americans are comfortable. Do they think things can get better? Sure. But they don't want to risk things getting worse for themselves. It's that rugged individualism. Call the French cowards ever? The French are not cowards. Yeah, the Warframe has a separate friend system. So you have to add me on Warframe. And it's the willingness of Americans not willing to give up their comfort for the betterment of both themselves and their fellow man that makes it a problem. That the anti-communism propaganda the United States put out from like the 40s through the 60s was highly effective on the general populace. Only the EU gets to bully the French. That's our thing. Yep. Okay. The US calling them like cowards or surrender monkey type shit is the US being a fucking piece of shit. France, on the other hand, has a lot of its own colonial problems. I don't know if y'all knew this, but something happened in Burkina Faso, the last couple days. Not only did the United States essentially steal a sovereign country's president, Anti War, been on the Warframe Dictionary. Shut up, Sunstar. But a force of some kind effectively attacked and kidnapped Traoré, the leader of Burkina Faso. Luckily, the word got out, and apparently the people in the area went and saved him. And there's speculation that it was either the US, France, because Burkina Faso was previously a French colony, or that other country. Anyway, I thought they had a nuke warning shot. Wait, what? Hold on. Where's that? Who said that? Impy? What did Impy say? French against other French, brutal. No. Where is it? Oh no, it was ordained. I think the French has the nuke first, ask questions later. But I don't think the French have ever launched a nuke. Why has French white underwear? Because they have a white flag to give up? No! You dork. Venezuela, which part? Which part, Jay? And Levana property? Yeah. Yeah. That's their stance on usage of what? What do you mean? CEO of Citrion fired 400k employees while giving himself a bonus. They gave him new holes via 12 gauge in Minecraft. Hell yeah. Started snowball effect of better labor laws. I mean, look at Luigi Mangione. He didn't do it, but like in the situation of that CEO being shot, did you see how fast the fucking politicians and CEOs tried to change themselves? They didn't. They didn't try to change themselves. They blamed everyone else and then started threatening everyone else by slapping like terrorism charges and stuff on Luigi. Oh, yeah, we talked about that already, Jay. You're behind schedule. You're behind schedule, Jay. Catch up, baby. But, oh, damn it. I had a thought, but now I lost it. Brain fart. Oh, I remember what it was. So on the Citrion firing 400,000 employees and he giving himself a bonus, there's a difference in the United States. And chat, we're going to talk about it. Let me see here. I need a particular court case. The Dodge Brothers versus the Ford Motor Company lawsuit. This was the lawsuit in, let me get the year right. 1919. This was a law that, let's set the story. Henry Ford, owner of the Ford Motor Company, was doing really well for himself at this time with the production of motor vehicles. And he was doing so well that he had a lot of profit, and decided what he was going to do with this was give it back to the employees in raises and bonuses. And the Dodge brothers, the owners of the Dodge Motor Company that would later be owned by Ford, said, nuh-uh, we're stakeholders in your company. You owe that money to us. And then took them to court. You can probably guess who won in this court case, right? Who do you think won, chat? Who do you think won in this court case, chat? Yes, the Dodge brothers are the winners. They held that Henry Ford had to, as the operator of the Motor Ford Company, was in the interest of its shareholders, rather than in any manner to the benefit of its employees or customers.
Step inside, step inside.
I'm Sal. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Yes, the Dodge brothers won, essentially affirming that apparently businesses do not exist for the betterment of their employees or their customers, but instead to more enrich their shareholders. I was gonna say, weren't the Dodge brothers black? I forget. Were they? No, they weren't. They were the whitest men you've ever seen. Jesus. In 1919, I was going to say, there's no way that they owned a company in 1919. Historically, that's the Star of David. The Dodge logo in 1919 for Dodge Brothers Motor Vehicles was the Star of David? Don't like that. Don't like that. That's strange. Hold on, I got a sniffle. Yeah, those are some of the whitest men I've ever seen. They were ginger. They don't look like it. One of them looks like he's bald. Wait, they were Irish? Oh yeah, I think we already knew that Henry Ford was a racist. But that's also crazy. What the fuck? Hi, Tootsie. It's the Goonblin. I don't know, and I don't care to know about them. Because their legacy is the idea of, what was the word? Corporate primacy? No, shareholder primacy. I'm not a Gloomman? Yes, you are. Goonblin. That's our Goonblin. His son to an early grave? I'm not surprised. Henry Ford, while being a good business owner, was a terrible person. While, like, in this one case, he was doing a good thing, and it created one of the arguably worst. Ain't no way. Yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought? In the late early 1900s. Crazy shit, dude. Acreage in Michigan would be nice to build a commune. Ooh. Take a lot of stuff from Henry Ford? Yes. I mean, the Henry Ford and the Ford Motor Company was essentially the, what's the word? I don't think inventor or flagship, probably close to flagship. Flagship is probably fine for the assembly line, if you will. Publicly against racism have been privately been racist or were. Albert Einstein in own diaries younger years was quite xenophobic. That seems to be the case for the time. And even then, it's still yikes. Yikes. I've still, even since I was a kid, I've never been able to understand reading the history of like the US and other places being racist against Irish and Italian people for being quote unquote not white. Okay, I guess. I guess. Oh, and apparently Greeks. Apparently you can add a list of Greeks to that list, which I've also never understood. Corporation belonging to its workers and the direction and governance system of it being decided by them and the benefits shared among everyone. Correct. That's how it should be run. That's how businesses should be run. They should not be for the betterment of the person or group of people at the top. They should be for the betterment of the people putting in the labor for that fucking corporation. But when his third company did well, the modern Ford Motor Company, something snapped. It might have been poisoning from his habit of eating roadside greens. So it might be a factor of him poisoning himself. What are roadside greens? I think with Italians versus Irish is more of us versus them. Oh, that's exactly what it was. It was basically the people that currently existed in America and the massive influx of Italians and Irish that essentially brooded some sort of mentality against them. The new worst thing. Oh, I have heard about them, Jay. Yes, mass immigration perceptions. Essentially, it's also usually made by organized groups that are then presented to the general populace that then develops into some sort of not ingrained, but widespread racism. France treated the Belgians like they were subhuman. Yep. A civilization needs people, but people don't need civilization. Yep. Correct. Also, yes, Jade. It was made primarily, I wish I was joking. It was made by Americans and Canadians. The concept of a white man or a, quote, Nordic race, etc., 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 was invented by an organization of Canadians and Americans, one of which was Elon Musk's grandpa. Anyway, literal weeds, so just shit he found besides the highway behind the factory. Ooh, behind the factory. Ooh. Yeah, Irish, Italians, Greeks were not considered quote unquote white back then. Neither were Jewish people. Jewish people weren't considered white until post World War II. It wasn't until after World War II, after the Holocaust, that Jewish people were considered white. Whites. Which again, I hate the labels of this shit. I wish people could really just all get along and be like, humans. Fuck it. Who cares? It's fine. And move forward with that. But for some fucking reason, some people see some overly intrinsic differences rather than coming to some mutual understanding. Oh, it is. It's a man-made concept. And it's just basically rattling on about
What's your
differences
pleasure?
that people
What's
can
your
see
fear?
at a shallow level. Super, thank you for doing your season pass. Holy shit, dude. Hold on, let me catch back up with chat. Where was I? Recent creations created around a table after the Valloid controversy by the clergy. Anyone that's not a WASP wasn't considered white back then. WASP. What is WASP? It sounds familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. Members of the immigration group gets preferential treatment over native-born citizens, or if they do crimes versus established citizens, and government does not shut it down ASAP. Yep. Oh yeah, they didn't see Catholics as that's because I wish I was joking about this. Americans, when Catholics started coming over, especially Irish Catholics, they thought that the Catholics were going to come over and then overthrow the US president and instill the Pope. Which is batshit, by the way, which is batshit. Later, Tootsie, thank you for hanging out. Yes, the US has had slaves. I'm not even joking. The US, the North American, well, US territory has had slaves longer than it hasn't. It has had slaves far longer than it hasn't. Because his daughters? Is that what you're talking about? When Noah is his daughters? Here's the thing, whites are only white by white standards. Cultures that wouldn't bow the knee to colonial powers. England called the Irish... Damn! For over 100 years, the Polish hate gradually skyrocketed with 500 of them betrayed by the French and helped liberate Haiti. Fuck yeah, Haiti, dude. Thing was, though, is the Haitian rebellion was primarily self-started. And then other places, essentially other colonized places, came over to essentially help establishment as its own country. Yeah, it's always been about colonialism, classism, and imperialism. You are correct. That's what it's always been about. If they can other someone and force the masses that are under them to target them in a way that keeps them from looking up, it has always been the case. Biggest targets were black cultures and Catholics. That's crazy. I will never understand the Catholic shit. Okay, granted, I grew up Catholic. That's a fair point. I'm not religious anymore, but I grew up Catholic, so I've just never understood it. Plus, when I squint at most Christian denominations, I just squint at them and I'm like, those are all the same. Some of them are more hateful than others, but other than that, they're the same. U.S. also has bottom of the barrel levels of public education, which further alienates and continues misconceptions across generations. Correct. That's because the U.S. education system was produced not to kick out intellectuals. I mean, well, not to spit out intellectuals into the world or academics. It was to spit out factory workers. The U.S. education system has been, and to this day, is still made to spit out factory workers. How hard would it be to get you to start up history learning program in either the Discord or we get to put on actual TV so more people learn proper history? It'd probably be pretty hard. I mean, I could start doing days like this. I would have to do more research on very specific topics. And I've considered doing it. I've considered doing it in a way where it's like, where I do a show or a recorded video where it'll essentially be like real monsters in real life or some shit like that. Hold on, I'm still trying to catch up on chats. That Lloyd controversy proved Native Americans being human, therefore forbade their slavery as they started. So they started using African slaves from America for America, legitimized it because of the since right, the descendants of Sem. Okay. Christ, I forgot about that section. Let me see. What was your question again? I still think that, by the way, the Catholic part, I'm maybe I'm monologue Marito. Thank you. Wonder if I could steal Malvin soon for what? Do you have a pizza tracker that mainly tracks pizza sales near the Pentagon? I mean, there's the Twitter page. TLDR, Protestantism, Lutheranism sees Catholicism as corrupted, lost in regards to Christ's message. I mean, the Catholic Church is also created by Peter, not by Jesus, so it is technically corrupted from its core in a general sense. But I can say in this day and age, it does seem to be trying to do better than a lot of other denominations are. Protestant Reformation, there was bad blood for a long time. Correct. History channel in the Discord? Possibly. Would you like me to make like a text channel where y'all could like dump things that you would want me to do research on? Hateful gospel is what I dislike for most Christian faiths. My aunt was raised as Orthodox, and at least local ones been super chill and friendly folks. Very old school beliefs, but they do not declare go to hell. Just cannot wed. Oh, okay. For my favorite ringleader monster. I mean, Kodo knows more on court cases and stuff than I do, so I tend to not dawdle on court cases a whole lot. Fun thing for me is when the leader of the Haitian rebels gave the order to kill all the white people in Minecraft, he pointed at the Polish and they said, I shit you not, accept them by saying those whites are black. That's crazy.
Jock Carnival.
Kindred, welcome in. Hold on, I'm still catching up in chat. Oh my God, we have Kono on board. Because the news scares me a ton, so I don't watch it. Marin not only teaches me what happened, but also educates me. She gets slotted behind the bastards. Behind the bastards? What is that? Fucks up my message saying I'm angry now. That is a good chocolate emote. God damn. Hold on a second. Wow, that is a really well animated. Had a lot of good points. Oh, for sure. Like, I'm not saying Lutherans are wrong or like the Protestant movement was wrong. But I can say that some Protestants in modern day have gotten really fucking weird. It's the kings who took his advice, less changes, then used it. I mean, the Protestant Reformation was also part of the Enlightenment period, if I remember right, or roughly, or led into the Enlightenment period. Didn't view Catholics as Christians, despite all... Huh? That's kind of stupid. I can't trust the Bible because of how much it's been translated from dead languages and re-edited over the years. Completely understand. I mean, it's not bad as like to read like what people thought in the past and come to an understanding on your own. I just can't imagine though reading a book where it's like, I'm just gonna do something stupid, where you read a line and it basically boils down to like, actually slavery is good for this group of people. It's like, no, slavery is bad. But there's so many people that like ignore the good shits and only take the bad shit. Like being gay is bad and you should be stoned to death for it. Which I'm not even joking. I've literally seen right-wing grifter ass people say that in their podcasts. Seen clips of it. Oh my goodness. Big Diddy is fun to rate. I'm sorry, Kindred. I'm still trying to catch up on chat. Hold on. Did a Pictorial Supreme have the rate? Okay, I'd like the Pictorial Supreme. That's a good one. Okay, Behind the Bastards is a podcast about the most evil people in history, especially the lesser knowns or the unknown liars like Robert E. Lee. Have fun. Have a good time. Hi, Kindred. Enjoy being slaves to sexy women. I don't kink shame. That's consent. That's consent. And that slave term there is different from a different slave term. There have been different kinds of slaves throughout history. I am not going to argue that. Consent and kink slaves, totally fine. Throw that one out. We're not going to talk about that one. Nice, by the way. But Middle Eastern slavery is different from chattel slavery quite a bit. I see it. I got you. Thank you for the ding donk. I'm not going to say either of those are good. Not even a little bit. But they were different. They were significantly different. I didn't get those being gay cause no I'm correct. Like, it doesn't make any sense. In BDSM relationship, correct. Like the Vikings did massive amounts of slavery, yeah. But it's also the slavery that was perpetuated in some of those countries prior to chattel slavery was, I don't know if the word humane is one way to put it. Like maybe servants is a better word for it, but they were usually more well treated. Peasants? I don't know what else. I don't know what else to call it. I mean, what are peasants if not feudal lord slaves at most of the time? American blacks integrated their slave history as part of their cultural identity. Yeah, well, that's because most of them had their cultural identity stripped away from them. And that's why chattel slavery is arguably one of the worst, if not the worst, version of slavery that has ever crossed the face of the earth. That's also not to mention, and I've mentioned this before, let's actually wait till the ad break starts, because I actually want people to know this about Ned's rebellion. Hold on a second. That is not it. Was it the Turner Rebellion? That's it. The Turner Rebellion. Why did I think Ned? Oh, because his first name's Nat. Duh. Yeah, Nat Turner's Rebellion. I'm getting ads a second time. What the fuck? That is Ned Flanders? No, that was not even close to the reason. Chat, what do you have to say for yourself? What do you have to say for yourself? Hold on. Okay. When people say, well, whites were slaves too, because that shit lacks all historical context about religion, not race. It was enslavement of pagans, predominantly of Slavic people, which is why the word slave comes from. And the Irish, mostly by Islamic powers. Wait, what? African slavery by Europe was about race. It was injected with steroids in the 1600s, followed by growth hormones when the Industrial Revolution kicked off. Yes, that was what essentially led to chattel slavery. But the thing I wanted to talk about was Nat Turner's Rebellion. If any Americans remember reading about Nat Turner's Rebellion, it was a unsuccessful slave rebellion that resulted in what I could only describe as the most heinous part of American history I've ever heard. Chat, anybody who knows the real answer, don't answer this. Do you know what they did to Nat Turner? Do you know what they did to Nat Turner after his failed rebellion? If you say killed him, you are technically correct. You are technically correct. They ate him. They ate him. They ate Nat Turner and then proceeded to turn other plantations into, quote, cattle plantations, which is where the term chattel comes from, because they had to differentiate. They made plantations where they raised black slaves for the purpose of eating. The slave owner cannibals? Yep. Yep. I didn't learn that in school. I learned that in the last 2 years. Do you know the level of disgust that I've developed over just being an American at that concept and hearing some people be like, pull some shit that's like, well, actually, the Confederacy wasn't so bad, or some shit like that? Made it so as reinforced messages like, oh, correct. That was almost certainly what it was for, or a form of punishment. If you like rebelled way back in your own place or something, they probably threatened you with going to one of these other plantations where you were effectively food. Non-Abrahamic Afrikaans is a giant historical rabbit hole with truth. Oh, yes. Okay, I know what you're getting at now. I get it. There's a little bit of a difference, if I remember right, though, from the Islamic slave trade as opposed to, what was it? The Atlantic slave trade? Yes, super. Same for France. France has done some pretty heinous, cruel shit to its colonies. Essentially enslaving entire countries and then cutting off bits and pieces if they become displeased. Same thing with the Dutch and the Belgians. The Belgians, not Belgiums, Belgians. Have the right to shit on France? I agree. I don't consider them alive, ergo it's not murder. It's insane to be able to differentiate a person like that. I've never been able to look a human being in the eye and be like, yeah, there's nothing in there. You can go ahead and just like, I don't know, cut off his head and feed it, like cook it up for me or something. One in chat, if French, amazing. 2 whole French people, crazy. I mean, it's better than where I am. I'm not gonna argue. If we did ones for Americans, we're all in trouble and we're all feeling pretty awful. 2 when you're German? I mean, there's actually a couple Germans here. Tech billionaires? Okay, never mind. Yeah, never mind. I was called out. You were right. Sal. You were right. Castration, brutalism, oh. Yeah, I don't know too much about the Islamic slave trade. Maybe I should look into that. Practices on standard practices. I'm very curious about that because I remember also reading about during the spread of the Islamic Empire how some places were actually better off under the Islamic Empire than they were under whatever their current rule was. But granted, I don't know specifics off the top of my head right now, so that was almost certainly not uniform over the empire's spread. Oh my goodness. I'm not alone. Nice. With French colonizing past, listen, I don't know nearly enough, nor all of the locations that the French forces essentially colonized. But I promise you, they are pretty fucking bad. They're pretty fucking bad, dude. Name every French person. Pierre, done.
Step inside.
Francois. I like goth mommy thighs. Oh boy. All right. There you go. I think Roman slavery system on base level was decent because slaves could earn enough money to buy their own freedom. And there's a lot of historically slave systems that essentially could result in the freedom of, oh, what was it? A freedom of like certain slaves. Like Muslims couldn't keep slaves that were Muslim. If their slave converted to Islam, they were essentially under the Quran required to release them. But I could understand like cultures that had their own religion and their own beliefs and their own style of life that didn't want to convert to a religion that was significantly different. Name one country other than France that still treats former colonies if they're actual colonies to this day. Challenge impossible because other than France? Yeah. Wait. Nope, never mind. Well, U.S. territories. U.S. territories basically just constantly suck out people and resources out of those territories for the sole purpose of the betterment of usually their military. U.S. territories have a significantly higher military recruitment than any other. As well as most of them have military bases on the islands. The only difference, did the slaves already live there? Or were they stolen from Africa or Poland? The conquered slaves and systems of expansion were at the mercy of their expectation of practices of the overseers or traders who ship people in. True. There's always a ton of nuance to it, and I don't know nearly enough to get into the nuance of it all. I'm sorry, Ford. Maybe someday I will. I'll do some research on it at some point. Ooh. French Indochina. Gross. I mean, how do you think part of the Vietnam War started? I mean, most of the wars post World War II, like, is pretty much people throwing off the shackles of their colonizers or Western ideals and looking to better their own people. Only for, basically, in the case of the Vietnam War, France throw a baby ass fit straight to the United States, demanding help and assistance. Like, it's all colonialism and imperialism. And it all needs to end at this point. Global cooperation for the betterment of the entirety of the human race should be the goal. But it's not, because we have greedy fucking dragons that sit at the top of their piles and say, it's not enough. I need everybody else's shit, which is fucking insane. God damn it, dude. Are we around World War One? I don't know nearly enough. I don't know nearly enough to talk on it. Again, like, Western and Central Asian history is borderline unknown to most Americans. And while I may know more than the average American, I still know very little about those areas. Think of Citron booty? I haven't looked at Citron's booty. I think of Zaku's booty because it's cute. It's cute and perky. 1% rich folks who reinforce and maintain the status quo of present corrupted capitalist systems. Correct. I have a good booty. I don't doubt that, Kono, but I haven't seen your booty in a while. Also, did you message me or something? Do I need to check Discord? Is that what you need to borrow? Okay. Cheemcrete. What the fuck is that? Sorry, Faye sent me a picture. It's cute and perky. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let me catch up. Mr. Red, this is yapping the gay away. Listen, sometimes you got to do the things. It's the fact of researching events as well. It's kind of hard if you aren't aware of them in the first place. That's also very true. The thing is, like, history happens constantly. But the thing is, like, I have been presented with the opportunity or the time to be able to read a lot of those things. So it's just one of those, like, blind spots I have in history. Now, it looks like a picture of like cream cheese or something, but instead it says Cheam Creams. CHEAM space CREEMS. Oh my goodness. Missing some details, but the British promised Arabia its independence for helping fight the Ottomans. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, a lot of like near colonialism, near Europe colonialism really was a lot of the times the British and the French fighting over shit. At least kind of after like Spanish colonialism stopped. Actually, you know what would be bad? You know how I mentioned, like, at some point, if the United States government dissolves, we should all agree that it goes back to the remaining Native Americans, and they decide if people get to stay. But then an idea just popped into my head. What if we gave Mexico back its original borders? Can we give Mexico back its original borders? That doesn't seem like a bad idea. If there are any left, well, I mean, there's some, of course, greatly diminished from original population counts, but like there's still very much many practicing and devoted. Granted, you would have to find those legitimate organizations, because I wish I was joking on this. I found out recently there is an organization, and I think it's like Northern Florida, that claims to be a descendants of an original native tribe, and they use the name of an actual tribe. But I found out that apparently there is a smaller group that uses the same name, and that smaller group is the real tribe. The large group is a bunch of white people with like 1.25% blood of the native tribe, and they've basically just turned into an HOA. I'd love to be Spanish and learn more Hispanic culture. You'd be Mexican. You'd be Mexican. Let's go. I'm taking Arizona back. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god. In 1% German Guten Tag. You fucking dark. Maybe self-care. Yeah. Oh, exactly. It's a bunch of white people who wear polos and cargo shorts, put on like what looks like corporate maids, like headdresses, and then pretends to be Native American. It's like, I'm sure there's some people that like their percentages have been, hi, Syraxis. Speaking of white people, you dark. I'm sure there's some people out there that have like a significant reduced percentage of Native American blood and still very much try to be a part of the culture. And I'm sure there's other places that have taken those people in and are a part of it. But it's these, God, I hate using this word, but it's these like performative, extremely white people that want to be Native American that I'm like deeply concerned would try and effectively steal power. If you were like, all right, guys, the United States government has fallen. It's time to give the land back. Why did it go 3 times? Wait, what? Mexican beef? Listen, Mexican beef is something special, okay? Wait, what's happening? Oh, we were talking about the fact that if like the United States government fell, I think the like quote unquote right thing to do would be to give as much of North America back to the currently existing native tribes that still exist on the United States. And then they would get to decide if people get to stay or if they go back to whatever ancestral homes they were a part of. Which likely they would not. They would not kick people out just because the logistics of that would be borderline impossible and way too expensive to do, as well as massive loss of force. But a better idea would probably also to like reshape parts of the United States to more equate to a manageable population. Would probably also be to reorganize borders with some other countries. The last call we were in, did we? Was this when we were doing the recording with JFax? Was it? If they just Europed USA? What do you mean Europed? Are you thinking of balkanizing? Is that what you're thinking of? L have Arabic intelology and roots? Oh my god, Dynasty was brutal. It's the thing too with I mean, like Muslim Spain was a borderline a golden period for Spain, but it was the northern powers that didn't like having them there that eventually forced them back after I think it was 600 years. Hold on. Oh, what the hell? I clicked the button on the side of my mouse by accident and it did something. What was it? What was it? Oh. I was looking at the period of Al-Andalus. 700 years. Over 700 years. Yeah. Al-Andalus and then the Caliphate of Cordoba. Fucking Christ, the goddamn feathers are earned or were in my specific positions in different nations. I hate white people's greedy cultural appropriation and I'm a pale skin. However, my mom's adopted by my granddad was Ojibwe, so I grew up just seeing white people as crazy sun-dodging lice babies despite being a sun-spotted freckle demon. Those were words. That was a lot of collaborative words that I thought was actually kind of funny. But yeah, no, I completely agree. If you're willing to legitimately integrate or come to understand those cultures, that's fine. But if you're doing like the most bare minimum milquetoast, guys, I'm 1% Native American, and then you put on what is a Walmart feather headdress, you look ridiculous. Happy by this nice behavior? I don't believe that. Copy. Translate. Kiss my ass, officer. You fucking dork. You fucking dork. Embrace the culture, don't deface it. Correct. If you're 99% Minnesotan, stay home. Minnesotan? Minnesota? And Malthusianism did discuss cutting down human population to more manageable levels. I mean, we literally have people in power who think that's what needs to happen. Peter Thiel, Stephen Miller, and a bunch of others legitimately think that the world population should be brought down. I'm trying to remember. It's either 1 billion or like 100 million. I don't remember which. 1% Native American, 101% pissant with a 2% margin for error. I don't know, ass and German. This is dangerous. Which part's dangerous? Oh, you knowing danger. You knowing that was dangerous. Duh. I was reading it off the screen, not the actual chat. To grow up seeing white culture for what it is. Works to look at. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Here. Wait, so to get this right, wouldn't I have to Arabic swap English TZ? Well, that didn't work properly. No, it doesn't like that. Start digging in your squats. All right, somebody shoot grins, but now I got to do 40 squats. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Bill Gates had the discussion too. Wait, what? I don't know if I want to hear anything from Bill Gates. He's as milquetoast as it gets. No, wait. I got to do 40 because I also owe, I think it's Pipfin. I think Pipfin's the one that I owe from the beginning of stream. Also, why did I freeze? All right. Pure logical mindset makes sense. Problem is, how do you do it without some manner of amoral or monstrous? Which part? Did you have that? Hold on. I may have missed another message. Which part are you on, Kiza? Any discussion of human population reduction is problematic to discuss without getting heated or amoral. Oh, that's exactly what it is. No. That's what I was talking about. Is that those people that want that are insane, and they will probably go to extreme lengths to do it. Because to naturally reduce the human population to that percentage would require essentially near complete global collapse and active management to starve out a population. Because the globe itself could easily maintain a larger population than that, even if you ran out of like food supply chains. The triangle from Gravity Falls. Wait, what? All right, let me do these squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. All right. Oh, Jesus. Burn. All right. Refuse to make babies for a bit. That would be a more ethical way to reduce the population. I mean, you could do it. Also, hold on. And me pulling the chair and also knocks the hoodies I had on the back of the chair down. Native lineage is fucking Edward Norton, who was direct descendant of Omanute. Also known as Pocahontas. Yeah, somebody was talking about that. Was it you? I think yesterday. Whew. Often discussed, hot topic that has established country populations are falling in near future. It's causing problems. Well, yeah, because most countries aren't working for the betterment of their citizens. People can't afford themselves, let alone a child. Everything's expensive. Everything's awful. Most people are living paycheck to paycheck or aren't even surviving off of that. You work for the betterments of all of humanity, for your citizens, and they will procreate. They will get married. They will have children. They will adopt children. Sorry, I'm out of breath because doing squats always catches up with me after I do the squats. Japan and South Korea are dealing with that at the moment. The younger generations are leaving to find better lives. Yeah. Also generally amassing more and more debt. Also true, because the capitalist machine is running out of resources. If nobody can buy the product, then nobody can buy anything. The profit doesn't go up, and lines got to go up for some fucking reason. Kill everyone who doesn't donate 10K to a charity for every 10 million they make a year. Ooh. Ooh. Spy training again to crush the enemy's necks. Hey, listen, I do pretty good to hip abductor, okay? Come to Brazil? I mean, yeah, but it's also still kind of expensive. The breeding visa meme might become a reality. The thing is, though, Japan is having a resurgence in anti-immigration. There's literally, their current prime minister is a woman who is heavily against immigration. Heavily against immigration. Saying of the big top in the desert. Yikes. To strictly the ruling elite, the poor will starve, be replaced with mindless machines powered by AI/machine learning? Probably. Resources, you mean willing participants? Correct. Where they got them laborer rights and such? Oh my goodness. To bring in locals grown tired. If you adapt their lifestyle and customs, they welcome you. Oh, for sure. For sure. And it usually is those bad apples that like nuisance streamers and shit that create a bad environment. And I hate to say, I feel like a lot of them are probably American, because we don't know how to fucking behave. Americans, I don't know how else to put this other than we're fucking filthy. We're gross. We are way too willing to see or be around filth and cause filth than to like be anywhere else other than our little block on the planet. Like, when I see the shit that like Americans go do, or I see videos of other countries, how many times, chat, have I said shit that's like, God, we couldn't have that here? Like vending machines all over the place in Japan, clean subways and clean like train stations. The triplets of Belvedere Americans? What is that? I don't know that reference. I think the rules don't apply to them. I think that part of the rules don't apply to me mentality is part of rugged individualism. I'm not saying that it's any particular race, because it's not. It's not any particular type of nationality or person that has become an American. Americans as a whole are just filthy. They're just gross. They're just misbehaved. And it drives me insane. It auto-modded French for some reason. Or French or worse, I think is what it auto-modded. Anti-gun country. Otherwise we wouldn't survive our own countrymen. Yikes. Yep. Aren't allowed to beat your thieves in public, and that's the problem? I mean, I'd like to see a bitch try to steal my shit. I've seen shit we couldn't have here abroad. As much as I fucking hate Canada, at least Canada has clean shithole. At least Canada wipes. But it's, I don't know. It's every time I see something like that, it makes me depressed. I see another country that has something really cool, really nice, clean, pristine, whatever. And my first thought when I see it, instead of being like, man, that'd be really cool, it's, we can't have that here. We can't have that here. Canada uses the duvet. True. Actually, update for y'all. They got the report back on the house we were looking at that was on the shore. It is not fit for habitation. There was mold all throughout the internal structures, as well as the foundation was busted from the ocean. The costs would be way too much out of budget. But they're going to look at least 4 other places already. So it worked out. They already saw one today. 3 of the places I really like. So just burn it down and start over. I wish I had that job. It happens. There needs to be more bidets in the world. I think there's a lot of bidets just around the globe. It's just that like North America, for whatever reason, doesn't really adapt to them. If you have a problem with universal healthcare being free, you're part of the problem. Correct. Oh, but then my taxes would go up. Okay, but imagine this. Your company that you work for is no longer paying for your healthcare, which means your paycheck goes up. Or you no longer have to pay out of pocket to a different health insurance company yourself. And it's cheaper. And your medicines are kind of paid for. And you don't have to pay a deductible or a premium. You would save so much more money. And then corporations wouldn't be sucking you dry. That's also like the people, oh my God, I saw a video a couple days ago. It was a woman in a podcast, interviewing some guy who's like on the phone or called in or something. And the question that she asked him, he was a highly conservative man. The question she asked him was, okay, if conservatives had their entire way for 5 years, where do you think, what would you do? What would they do? What would you see the country being? And the man couldn't answer. He floundered for a solid 2 minutes. And like the few things that he spit out was just basically like talking about immigrants. I just don't want them here. Or better infrastructure or shit like that. And mind you, this is coming from a small government conservative. Can we not suck dry a company? Maybe we could get a succubus? What? But my taxes would go up, so you want your life to go up instead? Yeah. You Fed posting about the IRS on Maine? Funnily, it's because Finnish folks trust their government not to fuck with tax money. The average American citizen gets no benefit out of tax dollars anymore. We got the last benefit most places got out of an intrinsic uptick in tax dollars going to the betterment of the population was the fucking Highways Act in the 60s. 63. Hi, Tree Kicker. How are you doing? Designed for the short term, to be fair. True. Very true. And then instead of deciding to revamp the whole thing, we've instead just started piling shit on top of it. So now we have a Lincoln log cabin that, if you step back more than 2 feet, is nothing more than just a pile of sticks. No, all the succubus are at the lounge. They're in the after hours lounge. Okay. In a good way, browse? Oh, no. All right. Doing pretty swell? Hell yeah, dude. God, I kind of want to get a burrito today. I haven't eaten today yet, and there's not much food left in the house. I got a burrito only a couple days ago, though. Ugh, I do this to myself. I'm still upset my, what's today? Today is Tuesday. My favorite Cajun place opens tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 7th. They went on a 2-week break for the holidays. I'm feeling a bit prickish. Time raid fridge / freezer and check cabinets and go creative cooking. Thing is, I don't have any proteins. Actually, I may have dumplings in the freezer. I may have some dumplings in the freezer. Right now, they don't open till tomorrow, unfortunately. She specifically told me it was the 7th. Cajun food always sounds good. Cajun food is always good. Things I would give for a really big po' boy. A bowl of shrimp gumbo? Hell yeah, dude. All right. Got any tips on liquid diet if we're just trying it right now? Fiber. If you're not eating soups or liquids that have like fiber dissolved into them, like a significant amount of fiber, go get a fiber supplement. Like right now. Because in about 3 days, they are going to start shitting and it is just going to be diarrhea. What makes Cajun food unauthentic? Going to a rich, bougie Cajun restaurant where a po' boy costs $32. Po' boy from a po' family? Correct. It's a poor boy from a poor family. I eat bran flakes for my fiber. Yeah, but they said this is specifically for a liquid diet. So you can either get, I think it's like Metafiber or something. How much for a po' boy? Here it's, for my favorite place, it's like $14. A different place that's like my secondary place, when my favorite one isn't open, is in a food hall and it's $10. It used to be 20. It used to be 20, and they realized the reason they weren't getting business was because nobody's buying a $20 po' boy from them. Can you grind lettuce to have fibers? I don't think lettuce is high in fiber. Fiber for a cup of lettuce. Ooh, it's not great. I would recommend getting a fiber supplement. If you go to the store, you can find like Metafiber or something similar in the pharmacy section. And you can get it over the counter. It's like $12 to $15 usually. And you can get like the citrus version, and it kind of tastes like an orange drink of some kind. But it'll make sure that like your digestive tract is still doing fine. I'm pretty sure lettuce does not have a lot of fiber. I need fiber cereal or else I'll be in pain. Yep. Compared to other leaves, maybe I'm wrong. Are you thinking of cabbage? You may be thinking of cabbage. Soluble fiber mixed drink or disgusting thick kale sludge out of a blender? Yes. That works too. Can I still get a soda? If you want to get a soda as a treat, like I always recommend dropping soda because really there's nothing good for you other than the enjoyment of the beverage. So I always recommend saving enjoying the beverage for moments you want to enjoy, which is a weird way to put it, but like I don't drink sodas or things that often or alcohol that often, but when I do, it's moments where I want to like remember whatever situation I'm in. If I go to a party, if I'm hanging out with friends, if I'm having like a real good time somewhere, I will have something I don't usually have. Or like when I go to the movies, I don't go to the movies that often. So I'll usually get a soda if I go to the movies. Although the place I go to doesn't have Mr. Pibb or Pibb Extra anymore. So I mostly get fruit punch. What if I drink 3 Monsters per day? You should cut that down to 1. Hold on. It's like the US doesn't have an immigration problem. Oh, yeah. Sanctuary cities ever overcorrected and protected horrid, violent individuals, but that shit pales in comparison to the immigration system itself. Only 3% of applicants get approved, and most of whom are current political views within the system. Even then, the system is racist. My ex was Bengali. She had to get approved for any work by the immigration office. Only got approved for an Indian restaurant and an office. Yeah, we could talk about the issues of the American immigration process. The fact that it's way too long. The fact that it dawdles its feet left, right, and center. Marion goes for punch. What flavor? I usually get like, I think it's High C is the one that my movie theater has. I think it's High C. Yeah, immigrants are not a problem. It's like the people that are always screaming, it's like, close the border, close the border. Your country can't exist without border crossings. No country can. Oh, hey, this song. I've been off of Coke and Pepsi related products for a year due to high phosphorus content, and that's the closest thing that tastes good. One soda I really want to try that I keep seeing videos for is Palestine soda. I've actually heard people say Palestine soda is better than Coke. As imports, also exports are profitable to the country. Also true. Yeah, Palestine soda. Points North Korea. North Korea trades with China. Like, it's North Korea trades with China. Like, complete isolationism is no longer feasible in modern day. The things worth getting? Yes. Plus, China doesn't always function off of like North Korea still has its influx of currency, even if sometimes it's already been known that North Korea essentially runs crypto scams at times to get money. They still can buy stuff from China. China doesn't lose anything from trading with North Korea. Trademark Bayesian Cola, not really, just part of the joke. Wait, what? You went to war versus North Korea because China's connections to the Communist Party. Yeah, that's exactly it. Again, the Korean War was just another part of countries deciding to socialize and then America finding the opposition in that country and then empowering them to fight back. South Korea exists because it was the opposition to the general population of Korea at the time. North Korea almost won the Korean War before the US put boots on the ground. It was a proxy war at first. Some said the Russians sending soldiers to Ukraine as well. Yes, they have been doing that. They have been doing that. I do know about that. The states are big enough to trade between ourselves? Correct. Yeah, they manufacture goods, they grow crops. I mean, they're not just sitting around. It's still a functioning country. The thing is like, I've seen some videos recently that there's actually some YouTube channels I've seen that like they talk about like the history of North Korea and like certain factors of it. And it's weird to watch them because strangely enough, it does feel kind of, I don't know. I think it's because of the mix of like the propaganda I've heard from the American side versus now seeing some people that try to give a genuine look to the country that I'm just like, well, this just feels like propaganda. But meme comedian who made the, oh, okay. I thought that name sounded familiar. Chinese stereotypes. I gotcha. Also, hi, Frosting. Welcome in. No. Let me see. But yeah, like North Korea isn't like as shut off as some people like to claim it is. Like, yeah, the US has put sanctions on it, but the US put sanctions on like, hold on, I'm actually curious. What countries have US sanctions? Okay. Let's start with countries under targeted sanctions. Target specific entities, sectors, or behaviors. They include Russia, Belarus, Myanmar, aka also Burma, Venezuela, Afghanistan, Central African Republic, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Iraq, Lebanon, Mali, Nicaragua, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, Yemen, and Zimbabwe. Comprehensive sanctioned countries or regions, aka broad embargoes on basically everything. Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Syria, and Ukraine? What? Why? Why Ukraine? That can't be right. But if it is recent, that's, Jesus Christ, what are we doing? Is the purpose to just essentially let Ukraine starve out, get harassed to death by Russia, and then either let Russia just come in for free or us take over and take its resources? Is that the plan? That's not strategizing. That's just cruelty. In your eyes is the fire that brings you forward. Yes, I see it all. Hi, Lofit. How are you doing? I went to follow when you were streaming. Hell yeah, welcome in. Yeah, I stream Monday through Thursday, so if you ever want to swing by. I started posting shorts. I post Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Hey, you have a stream? It's been going good, Queens. How are you doing? We mug our own people while they're sick because they're sick? Yep. Since first presidency, also correct. Conversation is interesting. Hi, Zeno. We usually talk a lot of like history and politics. Today's the yapping day. Usually we play games. Yesterday we played Warframe. Tomorrow, I don't know what we're going to play. We may play a horror game. Kind of winging it. I'll see how it feels either tonight or tomorrow to nail it down. Then I'll probably do more Warframe on Thursday because I'm currently addicted to it. But we do tend to talk a lot of politics, a lot of history, because I do like to educate people. And sometimes we learn together. Sometimes I fuck something up. Somebody else is like, actually, and we look it up together and we learn. But there is a lot of yapping. There is sometimes some raging that goes on because I don't know, man. I don't know. The world is a hellscape. And it's the fact that everything can be better and we refuse to make it so that it drives me up a wall. There could be grand strategy, or it could just have been improv from Dementia Dear Leader. That's the thing is, I think it has to be some grand plan, right? He doesn't get to make all these decisions in a vacuum or unilaterally. So somebody else has to also be wanting this. Well, no, the Baron is never wrong. I am, in fact, never wrong. Never wrong, not once. Slightly worse for those in power, and that it can't be allowed because, yeah, we need another Soviet revolution. We need another communist revolution. We need people in power and psychological tests to make sure. Good fucking Lord. And no, I'm not screaming for a dictatorship. Although it may be a one-party system. Not sure, not 100% sure on that. As if the United States isn't actually a one-party system with a lying opposition party. And it's giving you the time to be right as well. No, I'll admit when I'm wrong. I'm not 100% right. But if I wanted to be in character, I could 100% give you, I am always right. I'm just not right yet. The communists, the Grenier are commonly referred to as communists, and the corporate are anarcho-capitalists. Well, they're definitely anarcho-capitalists. They're not, Grenier are not communist. They're the militaristic clone dictatorship. They all unilaterally work for the Queen. Spoiler. Queens. I unironically want to be a dictator. What do you mean? Okay, listen. If a dictator was actually working for the betterment of its own people, in the case of like seizing power and then not releasing power in any case or word, but everything was getting better, I don't think I could argue against that. I genuinely don't think I could argue against that. Have a supreme leader, but like people's lives are legitimately getting better. It's a hard thing to like to rail against. A benevolent dictator? There have been quite a few dictators that the US has claimed are dictators that have worked for the betterment of their own people. A lot of North African and Middle Eastern countries had dictators that were working for the betterment of their own people, mainly, of course, nationalizing the country's oil. And are they 100% great? No, never. You're almost never 100% great. Not even like democratic leaders are 100% great. They're never 100% great, actually. Neither are monarchs. There's been no such thing as a perfect political leader. But early Roman Empire, maybe? When I'm dictator, I'll make water and food a human right? Good. Can we also shoot the CEO of Nestle in the face in the public square? Me and Carrie were on the same page. In theory, but in reality, you can count in one hand the places that actually worked. It doesn't help that almost every time a left-wing dictator of some kind decides to attempt to implement, I'm going to say socialist ideals or communist ideals, in the modern era, the United States has always pulled some shit. With Nestle, are you talking about the Africa one? Public execution by firing squad? Hell yeah. Okay, you're thinking of the Africa one? So if anybody doesn't know this, Nestle started, essentially, there was a nutrition crisis. Women did not have enough food to be able to feed their babies partially because Nestle was sucking up all the water in the region. And then two, was selling baby formula back to the mothers. Nestle was selling baby formula, giving baby formula back to these mothers. These mothers that didn't have a job, there was no jobs to have in this region, and their babies became reliant on it. Two parts to this. One, That baby formula was nutritionally not inviable, but only partially viable. So even while consuming rampant amounts of this Nestle formula, they were starving. These babies were starving, no matter how much they consumed. And then Nestle just suddenly cut it off. They stopped giving formula to these people and said, you have to buy it now. And it essentially led to mothers and babies starving to death over this. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. They use sand and like various metals and stuff as filler, which is why they were starving, because they were nutritionally unviable. The babies were starving. Like I said, they were starving no matter how much baby formula they consumed. Granted, a baby can't consume a whole lot, but in the amount that a baby could consume, it was not nutritionally viable for their body. And Nestle got away with it. They got away with it. And Nestle to this day continues to argue that things like water and food is not a human right because Nestle is a mega multinational corporation that requires people to continue to buy their products. It's asinine. We live in a hellscape where monsters and demons run the world. I'm not saying this is like weird Christian, it's spiritual warfare. Fuck no, not that. It's humans that could only be described with the mentality of demons running everything with not a shred of compassion. Is the only cause of dictator who shook off monarchy and gave women rights. Ooh, I didn't know that. I don't know a lot of history about Turkey. A dystopia that's run by fear and greed. It's mostly run by greed. And that's capitalism. You are correct. If they just changed marketing to snacks, they'd be scarily more successful public-wise. Wait, Nestle? Skin the Nesquik bunny? Hell yeah. Okay. That snacks are a right rather than food, but snacks are food. Regardless, food is a human right. In the baseline, generally. And we're going to do a hypothetical. We're going to play a little mind game here. And I've done this before. If I had control of the world, every amount of food, shelter, and water, and because of the modern era, Wi-Fi, all of those would be free. Food, water, and shelter, and Wi-Fi, because of the interconnectivity of the modern age, would be free to every single person without question. Engineer XL, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? And it's, again, universal rights. Universal rights 100% through and through. What would motivate people to work other than survival? Boredom, my dude. The people that say that, I know you're not saying that seriously, Grins, because you're just not that kind of person. But even without monetary motivation, people would still work. People would still want to do things. Do you think scientists are just going to stop? Do you think the people that have at this point trained their lives or learned the production and knowledge that they have wanted and chased are just going to give up on like their research, on treating people, on doing things for the betterment of their fellow man? Like even necessary jobs people would still do if you paid them well enough. Extra income, universal basic income should cover all the necessities of everything every person needs. And then extra money that you earn through working would go towards enjoying that life. If you put in the extra hours of effort, you should get a monetary amount out of it that allowed you to enjoy, I say more than the number of hours you spent doing that work. If you did 4 hours of work it should earn you at least a minimum of 4 hours of enjoyment of something. And I think we studied enough. The fucking doubt, dude. Human curiosity will never end. Able to afford food and rent or free home, they would go seek work or do community work. Yeah, people would connect. People would work together for the betterment of each other. Like, it's capitalism has poisoned the well on the idea that if you covered people's necessities, they wouldn't do anything. Ataturk prior to Turkey, it was the Islamic Empire, the end of the Ottoman dynasty. Yep. If you complete higher education, your growing retirement fund grows a lot. Daily gain goes much higher. Oh, is there a like federal retirement fund? I didn't know that. That's actually really cool because I have no retirement. Gain more income for potential to work is needed. That could also work. Like, there's a lot of methods. I don't have everything written down or all the knowledge necessary, which again is why a network like this or a system like this that needs to be implemented would need specialists. My favorite 80-year-old streamer. God damn it. God damn. I'm not that old. I am not that old. That is mean. Why are you so mean to me? Why are you just so mean to me? In theory, it's always the in theory part. Hold on, let me see. Where's the grins thing? Isn't that is meant to be? Isn't it? Which part? Which part? Which part was pin it? What do you mean? Hard stopped my tech and software learning curve to go hardlined into the medical field for an example, and then dropped it. But still, there are reasons people were a douche. I mean, Carrie, you work at a hospital now, like, and you seem to enjoy the job. And people seem to enjoy you doing the job. Like, it's that sense of fulfillment. The reward for time and effort. Well, yes, but when that time and that's what they initially pitched to you. That's what they initially pitched with capitalism, and that's what you would expect. And that's the case up and through like the 50s, at least after the New Deal. But now it's not a reward. It's trudging through a day, doing far more labor and work than what you were given for it. They pretend like it's still that, like you're still being given a gift of some kind. But no, nothing is provided in the end. Everything is just dangled over your head as if you leave this section, you lose everything. Your fine wine, I'm only going to keep aging like a fine wine. I get to be legally nosy? Hell yeah. Saw that a happier working class meant better work and significant. Yes, exactly. Exactly. A job where you have both the fulfillment and the proper compensation leads to a happier workforce and a more willing workforce. The entire people wouldn't work without being forced to. Argument was given 100% invalid after COVID. People could not be idle long-term or they go nuts. We could meet needs and would also see improvements. Correct. Dynasty of the Islamic Empire, the Ottoman was the third one and marked this slow downfall of the empire. Well, the first one was the Umayyads and the, we actually talked about that earlier. Known for their bloodshed and expansion, its between though was the Abbasid dynasty, known for philosophy, science, math, and arts. Yes, the Islamic Golden Age. They inherited from the Romans, and our Renaissance inherited from the Abbasids. For example, arithmetic algebra algorithms comes from Al-Khwarizmi. Khwarizmi. Yes. It's also the first public university was in, I think, Morocco. I'm trying to remember. The first degree granting university, I'm pretty sure, was in Morocco. Let me double check. I think you're right. I think it's the House of Wisdom. No, University Al Khwarizmi, founded in Fez, Morocco. I was right. It was Morocco. And it was founded by a Muslim woman. Founded in 859. She used their inheritance from her father to establish the institution where she would later become a student in her 60s. Is limited by size of population. That is essentially what it would be in that case. But in the case of companies being owned by the workers would be the ones that would see the benefits of these products being bought. Logistics, materials, and the process are handled upfront, paid for, and profits are, instead of going to some fat man at the top, are redistributed down to the employees who did the labor. Or, which is typically where the more fair salary comes from. So the better a company does, the better the employees will do. Therefore, the employees would be incentivized to actually improve the business. And like, so I wouldn't say I was 100% getting that when I worked in the mussel farm. I talk about working in the mussel farm all the time. The thing was, though, the company was doing really well. When I started, I was paid the city ordinance minimum of $20 an hour. Within a couple weeks, I was moved up to $22 an hour. The last couple weeks I was there, I was given a 401k with matching. I had, if I had stayed longer, I would have gotten medical insurance. We had like out of company things because our company was doing so well. We had in December, if I had still lived in Maine, I was going to be able to go to the opening nights for the local hockey team, because we were going for a like business appreciation night kind of thing. And that was, to this day, the only job where I had like some sense of respect and give back and care in a business. Like that every person that worked there really felt like they took pride in their work, as well as were given back to by the company. I was sick for an entire month and I still had a job afterwards. Chat, do you remember that? That was when I got COVID and then straight into pneumonia. I was sick for basically a whole month. You're much newer than that. This was roughly 2.5 years ago. It would sound great, but corporates do not want to pay salaries at all as default. Also correct. Also correct. That's why I'm saying the capitalist system of a, like, what's the word? A C-suite, we'll just say C-suite ruled conglomerates is to the benefit of the C-suite and not to the benefit of the worker. But implementing a system where companies, when they benefit, the workers benefit, will almost always thrive. There's a guy in Alabama I know that runs a construction company that runs on a worker-focused, system. And he hasn't lost employees in years. He's only grown. Right before you hit pension requirements? Yes, so they don't have to pay out your pension. Which again is part of deregulation. They get to do that now. You're sick, but you're still standing? I've had so many jobs that I've gone in sick. And I went in sick like one day and they looked at me and they're like, how do you feel? I go, fucking awful. And like, go home or go to the emergency clinic. And I went to a clinic. I got tested for COVID. It was COVID. I was sick for like a week and a half. And then I went straight into having pneumonia and had to get what is it called? Aerosolizers. Basically, I had to sit in the office and breathe a bunch of gas so that I could actually breathe properly. Would be clever if investors are your employees, basically. Yeah, that's one way to put it. But that would also, like, this isn't a system that would effectively eradicate the stock markets, which, again, I don't think should exist. Waffle House does that? Yeah. I mean, it's the selling of, like, stocks back to your employees is very different. I genuinely don't think stock markets and stocks should be a factor in it. I think it should be more direct, because the stock market in that case, or stock trading, is essentially a middleman that fluctuates in value. And I genuinely think it should be more labor in and improvements based off the profits and growth should also improve the employees. They have people volunteering to go into natural disasters to keep places open. HEB does the same thing. HEB, a grocery store here in Texas, has the emergency response team that is more effective and quicker responding than fucking FEMA. Allow they thoroughly encourage and reward it when they focus taxes, regulations, restrictions, target the companies to prevent any. Yes, exactly. When you actually put restraints on capitalism, it works great. But capitalists don't want restraints. They want to plug in the vacuum to untie all the rubber bands that are around it and then turn that bitch on. Stroked out 93-year-old grandma is more responsive and effective than FEMA. I know. It's not saying much. It's not saying much. Oh, exactly. Exactly, Akon. I genuinely don't think the stock market should exist. So when people tell me, they're like, oh, if you want to grow your wealth over your lifetime, you should invest in the stock market, or you should start investing in things. I would rather fucking die. I would rather saw my own leg off than perpetuate a system that is money feelings, sucking the money out of working people. Steam examples, pro-customer monopoly. Wait, pro-customer monopoly sites. Oh, I got you. I got what you mean. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, but Steam is, quote, described as a monopoly only because everything else is worse. Because Steam is good and everything else sucks. Everything else is ass. Monopoly is bad when Monopoly stops being pro-customer and focused on profit margins of investors and stocks. Yep. Greed's good assumes greed is leash to do productive work for the social good. Without the leash, it devours everything. Exactly, Griebos. Exactly. It's good because it's pro-customer. Ironically, also, Steam started very early. Also true. Very, very true. Oh, y'all did really well. We'll do another round. All right. But yeah, it's... Again, we live in a hellscape. We live in a hellscape ruled by demons. Sunstar, you've hacked the game, didn't you? Nah, he didn't hack the game. I hacked the game. Also, 16 was that dragon flag. 32 was Saudi Arabia. Where are you? I looked away. I'm trying to do the thing now. Where the fuck is it? Oh, damn it, there's a second star and I don't know where the first one is. Son of a bitch. There it is. Somebody got it. Where are my other ones? Neither of the two that I'm looking for have shown up. I hate that that's the first one I got. Oh my god, it's 16 and 17. So stupid. All right, now where's Saudi Arabia? Where's the other Saudi Arabia, goddammit? Oh, time's up. I'm not gonna get it. Damn it. Damn it. Gaben's done continues, but hopefully Gaben has written heavy limited legal reinforcement rules that company can and can't do. I think one of the things, though, that also slightly bothers me about Steam is with the total income that Steam generates and its like workforce to profit margins, every single person that works at Steam should be a millionaire. Every single one of them. It happens, beef. It happens. Is it eventually the Sons of Sons always betray their legacy? Legal rules risk being invalidated by courts? Yeah. It's just one of those things of like raising the next person who's going to be in charge right so that they understand what the company is for and what their goals are, and not that they're going to turn around and try and like gut it. Also, chat, we didn't talk about this. Denny's has been bought out by an investment firm, which means we're moving our fight nights to Waffle House parking lots. Anyway. We're winning the games again? Hell yeah. Wait, what are you talking about, Tuka? Steam is still very pro-consumer. I can agree with that. They have a lot of sales and stuff. But it's one of those things that I was like, that's an interesting point. What are their salaries like? Gabe Sun was around before Steam became big, so hopefully he understands what makes it great. I hope so too. Play the game, Funny Bones? Oh my goodness. All right, chat. I hate that I just sent you through a commercial ad break, but I think we're going to call it here. I think we're going to call it. We had a good run today. We yapped the entire stream. But now we need to find somebody to raid. I think we're going to raid Radia. Because I don't raid the partner homies. Hardly ever. Hardly ever. Also, I think Radia is currently full-time. I think that's why she's streaming so early. And we never even baconed? That's true, we didn't bacon. But I'm kind of glad that we yapped the entire time instead of pulling up somebody else's video. But guys, I will see you tomorrow about Twitch creators being a millionaire, man. Wait, what? When did I say Twitch creators were millionaires? Did I say Twitch? I meant Steam. Steam employees. If all of the profit that Steam got was distributed evenly to every single employee of Steam, they would all be millionaires. That's just the number of employees Steam has versus the amount of profit it brings in. Will this make it to the VODs channel? Okay, maybe. It may make it onto the VODs channel. It may make it onto the VODs channel. Since we didn't start pulling up videos and stuff for it. I still need to upload the Warframe ones. Thank you for posting the raid message. All right. All right, y'all. Feel free to use either the sub message or the non-sub message. Go give Radius some love. I need to find something to eat tonight. So we'll see what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll make those dumplings that I'm pretty sure are still in the freezer. Although knowing my luck, they're probably gone. Somebody ate them weeks ago. But I'll be back tomorrow, noon CST. Stay out of trouble. Don't burn anything down. And I will catch you later. Good night.